Chapter 635. That day at the Black Gate of the Great Wall, in God's divine domain, in order to break free from the restraints of the tornado, Dani had revealed the nine-colored vortex and the second soul in her sea of consciousness. When God saw it, he exclaimed, "The Song of Ice and Fire." The Song of Ice and Fire that he mentioned was not the two meditation techniques. In fact, the ultimate goal of the nine-colored vortex was to condense the Song of Fire, and the second soul was the Song of Wind. At least at this moment, it had nothing to do with ice. However, in terms of the power of fire, there were also mortal fire, wildfire, dragon fire, earth core fire, and true sun fire. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, the energy level of the above flames increased in order. Therefore, during the Veleglia catastrophe, the Megalosaurus was destroyed by the magma flames. In this fantasy universe where life comes from fire, and the world is born from fire, fire had another polarity: life is created from fire. Similarly, the world was destroyed by darkness, and the world was dead in ice. Ice had another polarity outside of the elemental attribute: death in ice. This was the true essence of the Song of Ice and Fire. The life and death in the natural world evolved into the love and hatred, sweetness and bitterness, women and men, joy and sorrow, summer and winter. This was also the meaning of the author's setting of the world with only two distinct seasons, summer and winter. And coincidentally, God saw the two possibilities of life and death in Dani. The life force contained in the nine-colored vortex came from her own talent. The death and nirvana in the second soul came from the deviant ghost. Don't forget, her second soul came from two sources: the green spring of the green prophet, Blinden, and the rat chef, and the dead ice of the deviant ghost. On the surface, the green spring and the dead ice were perfectly integrated and could not be distinguished from each other. However, the root cause of this phenomenon was not because they were of the same attribute, but because they originated from the same God, God. The root and the tree were one, so it was natural for them to be perfectly integrated. That was a digression. God had said that Dani was only at the beginning and was infinitely far away from the real Song of Ice and Fire. It was very likely that she would never be able to take the last step in her life. Dani did not refute this, but she kept it in mind. After becoming a demigod and clarifying her divinity of creating life from fire, she had hoped to develop this ability. Ice death might be hopeless, but she didn't want to waste her natal skill. Therefore, when she returned to Myrene, she trained her body during the day and practiced her swordsmanship diligently. At night, she spent most of her time studying the Song of Laws. And Fu and the Great Fog were the main experimental subjects to develop the divinity of life in fire. Well, it was undeniable that Dani was experimenting on the two unlucky girls, but she really wanted to save them. Dani's flaming palm made the fog lose bits and pieces of her memories. Finally, the fog couldn't remember her own name. Finally, the fog couldn't recognize Dani and Fu. Finally, the fog became an idiot. No, she became a blank piece of paper. Then, Dani was surprised to see that the fog couldn't even maintain the human and crow forms, burning into a transparent ribbon. Oh my God! She sensed it slightly and exclaimed, "Fu, did you see it?" "I saw it. You burned the fog away, and there's not even a trace of her soul." Fu was 20% shocked, 20% expectant, and 60% confused. Of course there's no soul factor. This is a life imprint. The first trace of life, the birth certificate of the universe. Dani's eyes glowed as she exclaimed. Well, to use the technical terms of Eastern mythology, the fog's soul had been destroyed by Dani, leaving only a bit of her true spirit. What do we do now? Fu asked. Let me try. The nine-colored vortex sucked in the fog's life imprint. Information from the life imprint flowed into Dani's mind. She was surprised. This was a complete life imprint, but it wasn't in its original state. It was like cutting the horns of a deer, the head of a camel, the eyes of a rabbit, the neck of a snake, the stomach of a duck, the scales of a fish, the claws of an eagle, the paws of a tiger, and the ears of a cow to create a new species, the true dragon of Huaxia. The fog's life imprint was also pieced together by the child of the forest and the crow. This means that the life imprint can be modified. In that case, can I modify it a second time? Modify it into a new mythical life form? For example, a battle angel? Danny was extremely excited. She couldn't wait to test it out, testing it bit by bit. She was like a sculptor using a chisel and hammer to carve a huge transparent crystal. Bang! 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 After a round of smashing, Danny was both surprised and disappointed. She could change a part of the life imprint, but she could only change the insignificant imprint that had to do with its form. In other words, the life imprint was originally a perfect piece and couldn't be changed. This was the law of the universe. But the child of the forest had a second life in the crow's body. Its will and nature didn't change, but its form was remade. The law of the life imprint being unchangeable was only broken in its form. Hence, Danny could only change its form. The child of the forest isn't ugly, but it's not beautiful either. How about, after a lot of trouble, Danny bestowed a spirit on the fog's life imprint and hatched it into a new soul. During the bestowment, Danny also used a little trick. When the fog's soul was burned, it would also overflow with spiritual essence. The spiritual essence had been stored by Danny, and now it was returned to its original owner. There was once a famous philosophical paradox, the ship of Theseus. For a ship sailing on the sea, as long as a piece of wood rotted, it would immediately be replaced. When all the functional parts were no longer the original ones, would the resulting ship still be the original ship? If the old parts from the ship were taken to build a new ship, then which of the two ships would be the real ship of Theseus? Danny also had a question at this moment. If the ship of Theseus was dismantled and used the wood to build a wooden building, what would that be? Mother Goddess, how did the fog become like this? It's so ugly. The new fog had successfully hatched from the life imprint, but when her soul image appeared in front of Fu, the ignorant crow began to make a big fuss. How is it ugly? Have you always thought that I was ugly? Danny said with a dark face. The fog did not look like Danny, but it turned from a doe-skinned child of the forest into a human beauty. She had big and hazy cat eyes, long eyelashes, a small oval face, delicate facial features, delicate skin with rosy white skin, and a pair of translucent dragonfly wings. She was a living flower fairy, a forest elf. Fu hesitated and said, "This is not a child of the forest. Didn't you say that you want a real rebirth?" Fu was silent for a moment, then pointed at the silly fog and asked, "Why does she look like a fool? Didn't you say that you want a real rebirth?" "She hasn't been born yet, so of course she looks like a baby." Fu was silent again. After a moment, he asked again, "But I can tell that she is the fog at a glance. The aura on her body is both familiar and unfamiliar." "Is that so?" "That's great." Danny was very happy. This proved that using the original soul to incubate the soul was really effective. "Then can she be reborn?" Fu asked expectantly. "Let me try." Danny's expression was solemn. She put her hands together as if she was holding a treasure. Boom! The golden elemental fire jumped a foot high, but it quickly shrank. 9 inches, 8 inches, 7 inches. Before Danny could react, the fire was extinguished. Looking at the illusory little elf in her palm and feeling the real weight in her hand, she was dumbfounded. Then, she was overjoyed. The fog's soul was absorbing the fire, and the fog was rebuilding her body. In order to prevent the fog from being born, Danny surged her magic power and increased the output of the fire-gathering spell by 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. The flames rose 4 to 5 meters high, illuminating her expectant face with golden red. Gradually, Danny felt the weight in her palm more and more. Gradually, the 2-foot-tall little person turned from transparent to translucent, and from translucent to fiery red. Then, white bones, pink muscles, and green nerves started to form from the soles of her feet and spread upwards. It was like a 3D projection. Dani was intoxicated. She was immersed in a wondrous state. Countless information regarding the secrets of life were being sensed and memorized by her. Her divinity of life creation in flames was increasing at a crazy rate. Her 9-colored vortex was undergoing some kind of qualitative change, when the little elf put on a layer of snow-white skin, grew a head of fluffy red hair, and spread out a pair of flame-like, faintly discernible dragonfly wings. When the little elf opened her eyes and looked at Dani timidly with a pure and ignorant gaze of admiration, the sheep egg in the depths of the Yenhai trench was awakened, and then became flustered and exasperated, extremely terrified. Who actually activated the Song of Fire again? Damn it, the level of his Song of Fire is actually so much higher than mine. How is it possible? Before this, Dani only dyed the 9-colored vortex with a trace of the Song of Fire's breath, the sheep egg's Song of Fire's breath. The owner of the Song of Fire did not change. Now, everything had changed. If the will of the world was compared to a critic, then it would definitely be the harshest and coldest opera critic. When another person sang a more beautiful song than yours, it would immediately like the new and dislike the old, depriving you of your position on the stage and leaving it to that person. You were replaced. In the past, Lalo listened to the Song of Fire and learned this song. He became the god of fire. In the past, the sheep egg sang a more beautiful, more perfect Song of Fire than Lalo. He replaced Lalo and became the singer of the harmony of fire in the Song of the World Choir. Now, the Dragon Queen had comprehended the strongest profound of the Song of Fire, creating life in fire. The sheep egg's identity as the pillar of the Song of Fire was immediately shaken. Not only was the sheep egg alarmed, but even the previous pillar of the Song of Fire was also aware of the changes in the Song of Fire. In the astral world, in a divine kingdom infinitely far away from the main material world, Lalo gritted his teeth. As I expected, a miracle happened to Dani Alice. The person who can defeat the sheep egg in the law of fire must be his descendant. The bloodline of Valeglia, the descendant of the god of fire that I spent so much effort to create. If not for that traitorous disciple of the sheep egg breaking his oath, I would have already ascended to the position of the supreme god. How would the world have fallen to its current state? And Dani Alice, I had already arranged everything 6,000 years ago. She should have followed the predetermined fate and replaced the sheep egg, helping me take back the Song of Fire, and then helping me complete the final mending. What went wrong that caused fate to be rewritten so severely? Could it be the Green Prophet? The god of frost? Jon Snow? My things are not so easy to take. Chapter 636. Mother. Mother Goddess. The little fairy tilted her head and called out softly as if she was singing. The 2-foot-tall little thing was naked and ignorant. She sat on Dani's wrist and swung her slender legs. She was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, she seemed to be very close to Dani. Not bad. You can even speak origin language. Dani did not understand, but she knew that the little fairy was speaking origin language. She also roughly understood what she meant. Their current state was very similar to that of a devout believer and a god. Dani's thoughts could easily enter Little Fog's mind, and Little Fog could also transmit messages to her through the mysterious spiritual link. However, their souls had not merged. Dani could even receive a weak power of faith from Little Fog. Little Fog, transform for me to see. She smiled. Little Fog's little hand pushed on Dani's wrist. The dragonfly wings flapped and floated in the air. Boom! Without shouting slogans like, blah 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 energy, the naked Little Fog suddenly exploded on the spot, leaving behind a red flame the size of a volleyball. It was completely made of elements, and there was a little face in the middle of the flame. Wasn't that Little Fog? A fire elemental creature? Dani was really shocked. The flame sprite was ignorant and did not understand what a fire elemental creature was. It only circled around Danny, and the strong heat it emitted almost burned her clothes. There's also magic power. A very strong fire magic power. If there were a few thousand fire elemental sprites, boom. The flame exploded, and a big black crow flew out from the remaining flames. It landed on Danny's shoulder and cawed. It can turn back into a crow. Danny was shocked again. What kind of creature did she create? Fire elemental. Little fairy. Fire crow. Come in and meet Ah Fu, she said. Caw. The crow instantly spiritualized. Like a black bubble, it suddenly drilled into the violet's right eye. Fog. Ah Fu called out hesitantly. She wanted to get closer, but she felt an unfamiliar aura from the ugly person in front of her. There was also a terrifyingly strong pressure. Little Fog. Little Fog shook her head, then tilted her head and looked at Ah Fu in confusion. Ah Fu? Yes, I'm Fu. Have you recovered your memories? Fu hurriedly nodded and said happily. What memory? Xiao Wu shook her head again and said in confusion, this is the first time I've seen you, but I feel a sense of familiarity. Ah Fu's big cat eyes were filled with tears. She smiled and said, Xiao Wu, you've really been reborn. Xiao Wu wrinkled her little nose and suddenly said, Ah Fu, why are you so ugly? Fu's body stiffened. He was dumbfounded. In the end, Ah Fu decided to become ugly together with Little Fog. However, it was not that easy to become ugly. The fog was extremely compatible with the fire element, so it could withstand hundreds of cycles of burning, enchanting, and then burning again. Fu's soul had only been roasted 2 or 3 times before it started to feel exhausted. After another round, Ah Fu almost lost consciousness. Danny ended today's cultivation and said, different children of the forest will have their memories washed away and become the purest life imprint in different ways. Ah Fu, don't worry. We have time, so let's take it slow. The Dragon Queen had many fortuitous encounters in Sasros, and after returning to Slaver's Bay, she made great progress. The Westeros were not idle either. John used the northern region's next 2,000 years of taxes, minerals, and forest resources as collateral to borrow 5 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury. That's 2,000 years. The northern region was poor, and the Duke's annual tax income was only a few gold royals. However, he knew that the eternal night would definitely come, and the northern region was in urgent need of food, so he naturally borrowed as much as he could. If the Iron Treasury was willing, it was fine to use the northern region's next 20,000 years of taxes as collateral. With 5 million gold royals to buy food, Wu had the capital to lead his troops south. The reason why the Iron Treasury was willing to do this business, other than the fact that the northern region was a guaranteed profit, was that Wu supported Erlu. Compared to Wu, Erlu's assistance from the Iron Treasury was even more generous. In the name of the Iron Throne, he could borrow an unlimited amount. In other words, Erlu could buy whatever he wanted. He did not lack money at all. Erlu calmly scanned the commanders in the tent and said to Sir Justin in a casual tone, Sir Justin, I'm not sure if you'll be able to do anything. Go to Bravos and help me hire a group of mercenaries. At least 20,000, even 100,000 wouldn't be too much. I'll give you enough supplies. He was extremely generous. After the Iron Treasury signed a letter of guarantee for Wu on behalf of Tai Chu, the loyal commander-in-chief Elisa finally agreed to lend the night watchman's food to Wu. In order to achieve his goal, Wu played a little trick. He found Elisa alone and said, if I stay at the Great Wall, you will never be able to become the commander-in-chief of the night watchman. Lend me the food, it will be good for both of us. Elisa understood that Wu was right. Everyone in Dark Castle had witnessed Wu's resurrection from the dead, and they all thought that he was the child of prophecy. Wu's prestige at the Great Wall was now even higher than when he was commander-in-chief. Just as Wu was preparing to build a fleet from Eastwatch to Eastwatch, he received a letter from Count Mandalay in White Harbor. Rickon Stark was still alive and was on Skaggs Island. After talking to the Dragon Queen last time, Lord Eel immediately informed Madame Stoneheart of her attitude. It was a fact that Caitlin didn't like Wu, but Stark's family was destroyed, and Wu was the only adult left. If she insisted on supporting her son to the throne, the 6-year-old Rickon would most likely be a mere figurehead. After the incident with Bolton, Madame Stoneheart didn't dare to trust an outsider so easily, and would rather let the relatively honest Wu temporarily take over the position of King of the North. No matter how vile Wu was, he was still a good brother. Thus, Wu met up with the Onion Knight. Well, the Onion Knight Davos was Erlu's hand of the king, and he represented Erlu in White Harbor to recruit Lord Eel. Lord Eel agreed to the alliance, but he had a request. Davos had to lead the fleet to Skaggs Island, where the sea conditions were complicated, and bring Prince Rickon back. Skaggs Island was 200 to 300 kilometers away from Eastwatch. While the Dragon Queen was having a series of strange encounters in Sosros, she was also cheating on Skaggs Island. The people of Skaggs were known as the Rock Seed. They were huge, hairy, and rode unicorns. Every one of them was a powerful winter warrior. At this moment, Wu was showing the leaders of the clans the bravery and power of the King of the North, subduing the most violent unicorn king. If he succeeded, the clans would pledge their loyalty to him and join his army. Wu, the first male lead of the Song of Ice and Fire, finally had the treatment of a male lead. He rose to power. Palm-sized snowflakes hit his face, wetting the black hair on his forehead. Wu, who was riding the tall, long-haired unicorn king, had a carefree and proud look in his gray eyes. In the ghostly north wind, thousands of clans knelt in the snow and shouted, "Long live the King of the North, long live King John." In the foreseeable future, as long as Skaggs Big and Little didn't use cheats, Wu would definitely return. In the King's Landing, Cersei, who had entered the palace twice, also began to rise. Yuluen had taken care of hiding in Tyrell, so Cersei had to take care of the River Bend nobles outside. First, she had to take down Randall Tarley, the god of war of the Seven Kingdoms. This was almost impossible. Randall Tarley had a hard temper and an iron head, second only to Erlu. But Tywin, Kevin, Mace Tyrell, and Little Rose helped Cersei persuade him. When Tywin was alive, he had fed Tyrell a piece of meat stained with poison, Brightwater. The 3 richest territories in River Bend were Tyrell's Hiding, Hightower's Old Town, and Florin's Brightwater. Erlu's wife, Celis Florin, was the niece of the current Earl of Florin. But in the early days of the War of the Four Kings, the Florin family had followed Tyrell closely and joined Renly, not Erlu. When Renly died, some of Renly's vassals were taken over by Erlu, including Florin. After Erlu's disastrous defeat at the Blackwater River, Earl Florin had been mediating between Dragonstone Island and the Iron Throne. Erlu admitted defeat and acknowledged Tommen's rule, but Tommen had to marry Shireen. To be honest, this was a very good result for both the lion and the stag. However, Erlu's temper was stubborn. He directly burned Uclan's eldest uncle. Logically speaking, Earl Florin was dead, and his only son, Aelken, had long since expressed his willingness to surrender. Tywin should have accepted Aekon's allegiance, and then used Florin of Brightwater to attack Erlu's Florin. Tywin, who had once said, "When the enemy kneels and surrenders, you have to lift them up with your own hands," ignored Aekon's surrender and stripped Florin of his title and lands, and gave Brightwater to Garland Tyrell. But the question was, who was Aelken? He was Randall Tarley's brother-in-law, and also the brother-in-law of the old man in the old town. That meant that of Aekon's 2 sisters, one was married to Randall, and the other was the matriarch of Hyder's household. This background was powerful. Now, Cersei returned Brightwater to Aelken under the suggestion of her cousin, Devon Lannister. Aelken immediately returned the favor and announced that Brightwater Riverbend would swear allegiance to the Iron Throne, and personally went to the King's Landing to persuade his brother-in-law, Randall. Tywin, who had been dead for a long time, had done Cersei a great favor. Then there was Kevin. Kevin had valued Randall's talents and character when he was alive. During his reign, he had always used power to entice and rope in Randall. Randall was stubborn and had a bad temper, but humans had desires. Didn't Erlu have ambitions too? Randall's desire was to make a name for himself. More directly, power. After taking down Mace Tyrell, Cersei immediately appointed Randall Tarly as the hand of the king. Then there was Mace himself. During the War of the Usurpers, Lord Inflatable Fish had stolen Randall's military achievements, and had even caused Randall to bleed. The reason why Randall wasn't the most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms was because he had been tricked too badly by his pig boss during the War of the Usurpers, and had lost many battles. During the rebellion of the Four Princes, Tywin had purposely separated Randall from Lord Inflatable Fish, allowing Randall to freely display his military talents. He had won many battles and achieved many military achievements, and successfully became the most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms. On the other hand, Lord Inflatable Fish had mobilized a large army, but had failed to gain anything. He couldn't even take down the 200 guards of Storm's End Fortress. However, Lord Inflatable Fish was Randall's lord, and had too many opportunities to cause trouble and say strange things. Randall had suffered so much in the past, so why would he risk the destruction of his entire family for Mace's throne? The last Little Rose, benefits were the main reason why Randall chose to remain neutral, but Little Rose was the reason why he openly stood on Lannister's side. Tyrell had committed the crime of regicide and treason. Yes, Little Rose, who had fallen into Cersei's hands, had revealed the truth behind Joffrey's death. In other words, Cersei had good reasons for arresting Margaery and Mace, and for sending Yu Luen to take down Highcourt. Chapter 637. In the trial of Margaery, Cersei did it openly and honestly. She even dared to pull the Great Sparrow into the trial. This was because Tyrell had committed the 4 major crimes of betraying the sacred betrothal, violating the rights of guests, regicide, and murdering her husband. 4 crimes, but all because of one person, Emperor Joffrey. Emperor Yora's purple wedding and Robb's red wedding were the 2 most famous, color, weddings in Game of Thrones. In a sense, Emperor Yora's purple wedding had more impact on the plot than Robb's red wedding. Think about Tywin and Tyrion. If the 2 of them stayed in the King's Landing to control the situation, what could the others do? Robb's wedding was red because too many people died that day. Blood was the main color of the wedding. Joffrey's wedding was purple because Sansa was wearing a purple crystal hairnet that day. The poison was hidden in an amethyst crystal in the hairnet. Sansa was an innocent drug mule. She didn't know what she did. The hairnet and the poison in it were all made by Littlefinger. When Sansa brought the poison into the wedding, Old Rose took the opportunity to help her tidy up her hair to remove the poison and quietly put it in Margaery's hand. In other words, Margaret had poisoned her own husband to death. The golden goblet that Joffrey drank from was the wedding goblet that the king and queen shared. Only Margaery herself could guarantee that she wouldn't get poisoned. The bride killed the groom at the wedding site, the wedding had been completed and the red booklet had been obtained, violating the sacred betrothal and murdering her husband. Old Rose was the guest, and Emperor Yora was the host. The guest killed the host, violating the guest's rights. Emperor Yora was the king, and Tyrell was the vassal. The crime of regicide was unavoidable. For such a serious crime, Cersei and the Iron Throne had every reason to attack Gao Ting. Randall Tarly was also the Minister of Justice, the Chief Justice of the Seven Kingdoms. He had already done his duty as Tyrell's vassal by choosing to remain neutral. As for why Margaery would confess to such a deadly crime, Cersei had always known that the imp killed Joffrey and Tywin, and that the imp's backer was Gao Ting. It was a lucky stroke. It was a coincidence. After capturing Little Rose, Cersei asked Cabourn, the spellcaster scholar, to interrogate her. When Little Rose found out that the High Court had been annihilated, Cersei wisely guessed the truth. With a vengeful mentality, she used the murder of Joffrey to attack her poor mother who had lost her son. When she heard the truth, Circe really cried. In the end, this was all Varys' fault. Varys had at least two identities in the Red Castle. On the surface, he was the chief of intelligence, Eight-Clawed Spider. In the dark, he was the guard of the Red Castle's dungeon, Logan. Don't think that Logan's identity is temporary. Varys has been playing this role for more than 20 years. Don't underestimate the position of Black Head of the Red Fort. Throughout the year, the Black Prison was empty most of the time. It only locked up people who had committed heinous crimes or had special identities. It was similar to the Imperial Prison of the Ming Dynasty's Imperial Guards. Dany's obedient son, Jia Kun, Ide Stark, Grand Tutor Pycelle, and Tyrion had all been in Logan's dungeon. On the night that Tyrion escaped from prison, Logan also disappeared. Then, Circe found a rare gold hand coin in Logan's bedroom. It was a gold coin with a palm as the emblem, representing Garth the Green Hand. It was an ancient coin of River Bend. At this point, Circe, who had suspected that Tyrion was behind this, completely understood the ins and outs of the matter. The little magic monkey was the knife, and Tyrion was the mastermind. This was also one of the reasons why Circe sued Margaery to the church for treason and adultery. To be honest, when she found out that Emperor Joffrey's death had nothing to do with her dwarf brother, Circe was dumbfounded. I've hated you for so long, so deeply, and you're showing me this? Perhaps it was because of the Great Sparrow's pious prayers to the Holy Mother every day after his resurrection. There really was a moment when Circe confessed to the Holy Mother. Was she too harsh on her little magic monkey brother? But the next moment, Circe threw the Holy Mother to the faraway slave bay. She gritted her teeth, her beautiful face contorted. That little magic monkey who should go to the seven hells is helping the fake Aegon usurp my throne. I can't hate him enough. No, I'm going to curse him 10,000 times a day in front of the Holy Mother's statue. It had to be said that Circe's move hit the nail on the head, and the effect was very good. First, Randolph Tarley was appeased. Then, under Cousin Devon's suggestion, Circe held the trial of King's Landing. She invited many nobles and commoners to be the jurors, and the Bishop of the Seven Gods, not the Great Sparrow, to be the chief judge. She publicly tried Tyrion's crime of murdering Emperor Joffrey. Emperor Joffrey, who loved his people like his own children and was unparalleled in righteousness, was very unpopular. The people of King's Landing gave him the nickname, Mad King II. This was not wrong. But no matter how wrong Emperor Joffrey was, he was an innocent victim at the Purple Wedding. The beautiful, kind, and benevolent Margaery was very loved by the people of King's Landing. The people of King's Landing gave her the beautiful title of Holy Mother Rose. This was also not wrong. But no matter how many good points she had, her crime at the Purple Wedding was so shocking that normal people could not accept it. Margaery's reputation was completely ruined, and she was on the same level as her mother-in-law Circe. Tyrion also went from being a victim of the turn of the Riverbend to a sinner who deserved retribution. The public opinion did not immediately change, but it was no longer in Tyrion's favor. This was a trial of the church that even the Holy Sparrow approved of. After that, Circe's actions became even more outrageous. She announced at the Imperial Council that Tyrion of Highland Castle had committed the most heinous crimes, but Margaery was already King Tommen's legal wife and the only heir to Highland Castle. The Queen Regent followed the teachings of the Holy Mother and showed the greatest mercy to the lost Margaery. Before King Tommen came of age and gave birth to a joint heir to the Iron Throne and Highland Castle, Margaery only needed to hide in the virgin quarters under the protection of the nuns and pray piously to the seven gods every day to repent for her sins. During this time, the Iron Throne would temporarily take over Margaery's rule over River Bend. In other words, Circe had the title of the Guardian of the South, and the scepter of Duke of River Bend in her hand. Yes, Sir Inflatable Fish had a total of 3 sons and 1 daughter. Velis and Garan died in the Shield Islands, Loras was sworn as a White Knight, and Inflatable Fish was secretly executed. Margaery was really the only successor of Hiding Tyrell. Don't you have a sense of déjà vu? This was how Tywin dealt with Sansa and Stark back then. In any case, the Iron Throne's announcement barely managed to appease the irritable River Bend vassals. Tyrion had indeed murdered Emperor Jorg, and the Iron Throne also acknowledged Tyrion's rule over Highland Castle. Uluin's 20,000 Taimin army had penetrated deep into River Bend's hinterland and did not submit. The Iron Throne was righteous, benevolent, and had military strength. This was the most important thing. River Bend's military strength was empty and they had lost their leader. Tyrion's clan was almost wiped out, and the Qingting Island fleet was destroyed. Hathor did not say it, but everyone knew that they had sided with the Dragon Queen. Tarly became the hand of the king, and Florin simply cheered for the Iron Throne. The top 5 families of River Bend were all useless. What else could the other vassals do other than settle down? Take down Highland Castle, control River Bend, and the food supply was also in the hands of the Iron Throne. To the unruly people of King's Landing, whoever could stabilize the price of food and prevent them from starving to death was the Holy Mother. It was said that in Empress Dowager Meg Lu's bedroom, a small shrine was newly opened, dedicated to the Holy Mother's statue. The Whore Empress Dowager had recently been praying 3 times a day in front of the Holy Mother's statue. It seemed like she had become the Holy Mother Whore Empress Dowager. Oh, the Holy Mother Whore was still the Holy Mother. King's Landing had stabilized. Of course, under the calm surface, there was no lack of undercurrents. For example, Aegon, who was called Prince Chi by the people of King's Landing. Aegon's declaration and the declaration of the True Dragon Alliance had spread far and wide, but his reputation had never been good. Or rather, very few people truly believed in his identity as Lei Jiazi. In fact, everyone in King's Landing knew that Lei Jiazi had been smashed into a wall and turned into a pile of minced meat. But, the attitude of the unruly people did not affect Aegon. The marriage alliance with Sansa and the establishment of the True Dragon Alliance was more convincing to the nobles than the uncertain identity of Lei Jiazi, because it represented power. It also represented that 5 of the 7 dukes' northern territory, Hejian, Valley, Stormlands, and Dorne had acknowledged Aegon's identity as a true dragon. Recently, the number of dukes who had secretly submitted letters to the True Dragon was as numerous as the carps in the river. Aegon was in high spirits. He finally felt like a king. Yes, he was going to get married soon. It was today. The wedding would be held in the Eagle's Nest. Aegon, Sansa, Littlefinger and the other ministers had originally planned to hold the wedding on Dragonstone Island with the Dragon Queen as the witness. But when they found out that the Dragon Queen had just gone to Sosros and was busy training the winged dragon knights, Dany's excuse, they could only regretfully give up on Dragonstone Island. After all, Dragonstone Island was Dragon Queen's fief and had nothing to do with Aegon. His current fief was Windstop Castle. Windstop Castle was not as good as the Eagle Nest, because the valley had the most vassals of Aegon. Just like the Red Wedding, Tully was going to the Fry family to hold the wedding. However, the wedding would not be held in the Eagle Nest, but in the Moongate Castle at the foot of the Eagle Nest. The Eagle Nest was built on the largest mountain in the valley, the Giant's Spear. Just by hearing the name, Giant's Spear, one could understand how steep the mountain was. It was like a spear stuck in the valley. Thus, although the Eagle Nest was a strategic location, it was not big and could only hold 500 people. Also, winter had arrived and the weather was suddenly cold. Yes, can you imagine how it feels to live on the mountain peak in winter? It would not be enjoyable. The Moongate Castle at the foot of the Giant's Spear was huge. Although it belonged to the Reyes family, Aeron would go down to the Moongate Castle every winter to avoid the cold. It should be mentioned that the Reyes family and Stark were relatives 800 years ago. One of Id's grandfather's younger sisters had married into the Moongate Castle. When Robb had set up the will of the King of the North's successor, Catelyn had firmly opposed letting Robb become the royal elder brother. Instead, she had suggested that her son choose a direct descendant of the Reyes family as the successor. What the hell? It could be seen just how stupid and hateful Catelyn was. Alright, I digressed. There was another important reason: the great cathedral was built in the Moon Gate Castle. The king's wedding had to be held in the great cathedral under the witness and blessing of the 7 gods. Chapter 638. The first rays of dawn dyed the snow-covered valley red. In the warm ballroom of the Moon Gate Castle, the guests enjoyed the breakfast before the wedding. There was lemon honey cake, pickled chicken, bacon, fried eel strips with breadcrumbs, Dothraki blood sausage, various stuffed buns, invented by the Dragon Queen, frozen Dornish blood orange soup. It was a sumptuous banquet with a mixture of many styles. Servants shuttled back and forth, carrying large pots of warm milk, honey wine, and sweet golden wine, filling the cups for the guests who needed it. Musicians wandered around the hall, playing flutes, playing harps, and singing songs of blessing. A moon boy rode a broomstick horse, making funny movements and expressions, making the guests around him laugh. After breakfast, the food and chairs were cleared. John Clinton, as the father, solemnly tied the groom's cloak on Aegon under the gaze of the guests. The dark black velvet cloak was embellished with a red megalosaurus and a golden sun-piercing spear. They represented the groom's father, the Targaryens, and his mother, the Dornmartel. "Sigh, this cloak is new. You should have a better choice." The old man sighed sadly. The groom's cloak would be tied to the bride's shoulders later. The less heritage one had, the newer the cloak they used. If Rhaegar hadn't caused any trouble, Aegon could have used either his father's true dragon cloak or his mother's Sunpiercer spear cloak. Both families were great families with heritage, and the cloaks had been used by countless ancestors. "This is good. My family and future are all new, so I should use a new cloak," Aegon said. He looked heroic and spirited today. He wore a black coat with a lone 3-headed fire-breathing dragon embroidered with rubies on his chest. The dragon claw held a black greatsword, imitating the dead Leger. Yes, the Targaryen clan's original emblem should have been a 3-headed dragon with a black background and a red background. However, Aegon and Dany's clan could no longer use Aunt Dany's clan emblem, so they added a sword to the dragon's claw. The sword of the king, black fire. Although the change was small, any Westeros aristocrat with a clear mind would understand at a glance. Aegon and Dany Rise had split up. Aegon did this out of filial piety. It wasn't irony. Aegon didn't even discuss it with Dany's aunt and took the initiative to give up the inheritance of the Orthodox clan emblem. Although Dany herself had always had plans to change the emblem to a 5-color dragon and did not value the 3-headed dragon, the emblem was too important to the nobles. Aegon's actions were almost equivalent to establishing a new family. If the clan emblem was changed, even if Old Awkward bought Liga's relics from the King's Landing antique dealer, Aegon wouldn't be able to wear it. After a while, the bride also arrived. The bride wore a pearl-colored silk gown and a grey-blue Myrlei silk dress. The dress was embroidered with hexagonal snowflakes with fine silver thread. This was the color of Winterfell, solemn, elegant, noble and generous. On the bride's head, there was a pure white velvet cloak embroidered with a silver-grey dire wolf. Uncle Fingers put it on her. It was also Uncle Fingers who took the bride's father's position. He held her hand as they walked to the wedding altar and handed her over to Aegon. In addition, weddings under the teachings of the 7 gods were very particular. It wasn't as if you could wear whatever color and style you wanted. Sansa had been married to Tyrion. If Tyrion died, she couldn't break off the marriage. She had to marry as Tyrion's widow and wear the gold and red clothes that represented the lion. For example, when Cersei married Uluin, she wore the gold and black of Theon Byra. Now, she was wearing the white and grey of the House of Stark, without a single trace of the lion's color. This meant that she was pure, even a virgin. At least the 7 gods recognized her purity and virginity. Blackie said that he wasn't the scapegoat. It was all Brother Meribad's fault. He was the one who broke off her marriage and also the one who officiated at her wedding. Aegon rode his dragon and went to Crabclaw Peninsula to invite him over. Don't think that it was easy to break off a marriage. The responsibility was great. This was also why Linny's never divorced Big Bear. No monk was willing to break off her marriage. She only regained her freedom when Big Bear became a white knight. However, Meribad didn't fool Aegon. Before the wedding, he had arranged for a nun to check Sansa's virginity. Of course, it wasn't there. Sansa swore that she broke it while riding a horse. Marjorie, the little rose, had said the same thing. Cersei had also said the same thing during her examination before marrying Robert. Everyone believed it. Because riding and hunting were compulsory lessons for noble ladies, there were too many girls who broke their virginity. The three queens had done the same thing, cheated and said the same thing. Sansa was lying because she only liked the ladylike things like music and poetry and singing and dancing and embroidery. If Arya had said it, it would have been most likely true. Marjorie might have been lying. She must have started early, but the High Court nights were all too popular. Riding, hunting, and keeping hawks were all too popular. As for Cersei, she might have been telling the truth. She had been with Jaime before the wedding, but she might have really left her virginity to the saddle. Meribad believed in Stark's upbringing and had asked the dwarf himself. The dwarf shook his head in humiliation and said, "I regret it. I really do." He really did regret it. Sansa was only 13 when she married Meribad. Her period had come, but she was too young and had just gone through the tragedy of her family's destruction. She was too pitiful. On the night of their wedding, the two of them took off all their clothes and were naked to each other. Although Sansa was confused and frightened, she still carried out her duties as a wife with trembling hands. She even opened her thighs. The dwarf's eyes were red, and his true desire was bursting, but he was a good person with a soft heart. When he saw the little girl's pale face and frightened expression, he immediately felt pity for her. He sighed and put away his spear. Because he pitied the others, he was the most pitiful of them all. Stark was honest, simple, and well-educated, and the dwarf himself had admitted that he was useless, so everyone accepted the bride's purity. Well, after they found out about this, everyone secretly laughed at Tyrion's incompetence. Just like that day in King's Landing, when Emperor Joffrey found out that Tyrion didn't touch Sansa, he mocked him and said that he wanted to help his uncle sleep with her. Because the others could not understand the dwarf's thoughts, just like how modern women could not understand how the older generation could be happy in a marriage without a house, a car, and $1 million in savings. On the other hand, Tywin seemed to understand Tyrion very well. Not only did he not mock him, he even advised him to eat the meat early to prevent any complications. The old lion seemed to have the talent to become a moon chanter. After breakfast, they did not leave for the Holy Church immediately. Next was the gift-giving segment. It was to chase away favors. In the past, when a family held a wedding or funeral, they would have to eat at least 2 meals in the afternoon and evening. The funeral might take 2 or even 3 days. Because of that, the gift-giving was usually done in the evening, before dinner. Now, the hotel was directly responsible for the gift-giving. The food was not as good as before, and most of the time, it was not enough. But there was only 1 meal in the afternoon, so the gift-giving had to be done at noon. In the Westeros, it was even earlier. Early in the morning, after breakfast, before the bride and groom's wedding, the gift-giving would begin. Also, the gift-giving here had to be done twice, or even thrice. Today, the gift-giving was for the bride and groom. The gift-giving was done the day after the wedding. It was for the couple. The old man gave Sansa a small vest sewn with pterosaur scales, and gave his adopted son a pterosaur bone bow. Elaine gave her fake cousin a steel spear, which was said to be Prince Oberyn's favorite. She hoped that he would be as brave as Uncle Oberyn. She gave Sansa a pair of chrysanthemum clam pearl earrings. Uncle Finger gave King Aegon a rare Shadow Lynx fur cloak, and Sansa a Dothraki sea white lion fur coat. The dwarf gave Aegon a large book called The Chronicles of the Valeglia Empire, and Sansa a book called The Diary of Moon Chanter Channa. I heard that you Stark all have special talents, you can learn from them. I thought that only Slaver's Bay was the battlefield of gods and demons, but I didn't expect the Westeros to be unfamiliar with it too. Sigh, we need our own supernatural powers. He looked at his ex-wife with a complicated expression. The dwarf's position as the wildfire general was not for nothing. He had dozens of fire mages under him, how many supernatural secrets did he know? Taking advantage of his position, the dwarf dug out many good things from his subordinates. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent and could not learn. However, he had heard the Dragon Queen say many times that Stark's family is a bug. Sansa glanced at Aegon, and saw her fiancé nod, then put the book away and thanked him. After that, the nobles of the valley came forward and gave them riding boots, saddles, brooches, spurs, silk tents. After that, Illyrio excitedly gave Aegon a three-headed dragon king crown made of steel and red diamonds. The diamonds were inlaid in the dragon's eye sockets, and it was very lifelike. He gave Sansa a crown, which was also very beautiful. Finally, the guests of Dragonstone Island came forward one by one. Bronn gave Aegon a dragon-tooth knife with a weirwood handle, and Sansa a pearl necklace. The old crab man did not come, but the little crab man did. He gave Aegon a cruise ship with 100 oars, and the queen a rare female cat with bright purple fur. At the very end, just when everyone thought that the segment was over, Old Awkward left the table again. He looked around and said loudly, Her Majesty Dany Rise has given Prince Aegon a set of refined steel armor, Lady Sansa a pterosaur, and a set of jewelry called Heart of the Ocean. Wow, pterosaur. So extravagant. Does the Dragon Queen have that many pterosaurs? Looks like the Queen really dotes on her nephew, but the Dragon Queen is not as smart as the legends say, hee, she can't even tell the difference between real and fake. His voice got softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Old Awkward was still talking, but the others started shouting when they heard about the pterosaur. However, even though everyone was shouting, Aegon and Sansa only smiled reservedly. The truth was, Aegon had gotten his hands on the Vajra armor a long time ago. He had even worn it in a duel once. Sansa had also met the striped dragon, and she was willing to change her faith. Actually, Sansa had been in contact with the Seven Gods for a long time, because when I'd brought her south to King's Landing, he had already betrothed his daughter to Emperor Qiao. In the Northern Territory, no one cared about Sansa's faith in the Frost God, but after becoming the king of the Seven Gods, she would be able to blend in with the nobles of King's Landing if she changed her faith. Even I did not object to it. Now that she was going to marry King Aegon, it was inevitable that she would change her faith. Since she was going to change her faith to the Seven Gods, how could she give the pterosaur to Brittany? Even though Brittany had already sworn loyalty to her, and would become Aegon's White Knight after the wedding, it was mainly to protect Sansa. After the gifts were presented, the crowd escorted the bride and groom to the Holy Hall. Uncle Finger held Sansa's hand and handed her to Aegon. Then, the newlyweds walked up the altar with their fingers interlocked. Chapter 639. Under the gold-plated statue of the mother and father, Brother Meribad wore a crown made of crystal and gold. He wore a new white monk's robe and held the Seven Stars Bible in his hand. He faced Aegon and Sansa on the altar and chanted a prayer. The holy marriage ceremony had officially begun. Below the stage, a white mimic bird badge was pinned on his blue velvet suit. Uncle Finger was smiling, unable to hide his joy. Opposite Uncle Finger, the dwarf wore a crimson robe embroidered with a golden lion. He pulled at his bow tie with a complicated gaze. After Brother Meribad finished his prayer, the king and his wife swore 7 marriage vows before the statue of the mother and father. They also received 7 blessings from Brother Meribad, who represented the mother and father. Then, in front of the monks and guests, the newlyweds exchanged 7 vows. That was not the end. There was still a hymn. Under the guidance of the monks and nuns, everyone sang the mother's song and the father's song. After that, Brother Meribad asked loudly, including the two newlyweds, is there anyone who is dissatisfied with this holy marriage? Is there anyone who has doubts? Is there anyone who challenges the groom? In old-fashioned Hong Kong movies, it was common for a couple to get married in a church. Then, the bride's ex-boyfriend would suddenly appear, drag the woman away, or pull out a machine gun. The plot would reach its climax. But in Westeros, such actions were legal and reasonable, and they were protected by the seven gods. Blackie shrugged helplessly again. It was not going to take the blame. It could be said openly, and it could also be done openly. For example, there were two people below the stage who were ready to make a move. One was Tyrion, and the other was Harold. Tyrion was not trying to snatch the bride. He was just itching to say, "Hey, I've experienced such a scene with the bride before." The officiator had a higher status, the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. No one objected at that time. Harold, also known as Heir Harry, was Robert Arryn's heir. He had been with Elaine Stone for a while. It was not true love, but he was indeed infatuated with Elaine's stunning looks. After Elaine broke off contact with him, he only regretted it for a while before continuing to find his mistress happy. After all, other than her beauty, Harry really did not like her identity as Pinky's illegitimate daughter. But now, goddess, she was a proper goddess. Looking at her now, Sansa with the crown, she was even more beautiful and attractive. But she just brushed past him. He was the heir of the valley. If he married the heir of the king of the northern region and gained the allegiance of the nobles of Hejian County, he wanted to rush up and shout, "I object," but he had already objected 2 days. He was already 2 days ago. Just as when Brynden Stark had gone to Riverrun to marry his long-betrothed Catelyn, young Uncle Fingers had drawn his sword and challenged Brynden. Harry, his successor, had already challenged Aegon. Well, this kind of thing is very much in line with the chivalric culture of Westeros. No one would accuse me of offending my superiors or being disrespectful. Both of them had received guidance from famous experts, and both of them had been trained according to the orthodox knight training method for more than 10 years. Was to his s, of sss. His was his. His s was to. At this moment, Harry's right arm was still bandaged. Seeing that no one came forward to challenge him, Merabad announced the removal of the bridal cloak. Uncle Finger, who claimed to be the best godfather of the Seven Kingdoms, stepped forward and gently removed Sansa's bridal cloak. John Clinton, who claimed to be the best godfather of the Seven Kingdoms, helped Aegon remove his bridal cloak. Uncle Finger took Stark's and stepped back. Old Face passed the bridal cloak to Aegon and stepped aside. Aegon took his own cloak and shook it open. Like a child wearing an adult's clothes, he wrapped it around Sansa and tied it around her throat. He said that from now on, she was his family. He would replace his father-in-law and protect Sansa forever. Looking at the tall and strong bridegroom and the petite bride, Tyrion's eyes started to twitch again. He thought of the past. He was only 3 feet tall, 9 meters. With his boots, he was only a meter tall. Sansa, on the other hand, was more than 6 meters tall. He couldn't reach her neck even if he stood on his tiptoes. He couldn't put his own cloak on her. At that time, everyone was laughing. Helpless, he could only stand on the back of the jester and complete the ceremony. Now, Aegon, who was almost 9 meters tall, was hugging Sansa, who was 6 meters tall. It was so harmonious, so heart-wrenching. Through this kiss, I offer my love. Sansa, I wish you to be my wife and my bride, Aegon announced loudly. Sansa blushed and replied softly but clearly, through this kiss, I offer my love. Then, the two of them closed in and kissed deeply for a long time. Monk Merabad took out a crystal from his pocket and raised it high. He silently cast a holy light spell, a modified version of the holy healing spell. It was just a ball of white light and had no healing power. During Circe's trial by martial arts, Dragon Queen felt that it was beneath her when she saw a monk holding a crystal and playing tricks under the sun. Hence, she developed a divine spell for her followers to show off. Don't underestimate the holy light spell because it was easy to learn and cost little. However, out of the thousands of cultivators in the 7 kingdoms, only a few hundred could cast the holy light spell. They were all true believers whose morals matched Dani's values. Yes, they had to meet the requirements of Dani, the mother of the 7 gods. Those who were extremely devout but followed the teachings of the old version of the 7 Stars Bible were not favored by the 7 gods. Dani could see the faith threads of every believer. It was impossible for Mr. Nangua to hide it from her. As long as there was a true God, and as long as the true God was willing to put in the effort, the Church of a True God would definitely become the cleanest organization in the world. Here, under the witness of the gods and the people of the world, the holy light spell caused the crystal to emit a rainbow-colored light that was as thin as clouds. It shone on the faces of the newlyweds and the wedding witnesses. The atmosphere was sacred and solemn. At this moment, Monk Meribad looked like one of the 7 gods who had descended to the mortal world. I solemnly announce that Aegon VI of the Targaryen family and Sansa of the House of Stark are husband and wife. From now on, they are one body, one mind, one soul, forever. Anyone who interferes with their marriage will be cursed mercilessly. The holy marriage was officially concluded successfully. Oh, Robert and Cersei were married like this. Joffrey and Margaery were married like this. Tyrion and Sansa were also married like this. Perhaps, Aegon and Sansa would have a different ending. After the wedding was the wedding banquet. The wedding was held in the Holy Church and was presided over by a monk. There were not many wedding witnesses present. Low-level knights were not even qualified to enter. The most lively place was the wedding banquet, which was held in the main hall of the Moongate Castle. Of course, the newlyweds were not ordinary people. They were the king and queen. Do not doubt, they had already worn the crown. Before the wedding banquet, the king had to receive the blessings of his subjects. Aegon and Sansa stood outside the Holy Church on the steps of the marble square. Brittany, who had become a robed iron guard, led 49 knights to surround and protect them. There was a long line of courtiers who had an audience with them. John Clinton was the first to go up. He hugged his adopted son excitedly and kissed Sansa's cheek. "Your Highness, you have grown up and become an adult. From now on, you must uphold the responsibility and glory of a king." "Father, I will." Aegon smiled and nodded. "Sire, you should call him, Your Majesty, now," Sansa suddenly said. The moment the wedding was completed, the Treaty of the True Dragon Alliance officially took effect. Aegon received the allegiance of 5.5 of the 7 countries in name. Well, the other half was Riverbend. Aegon had the letter that Old Rose had sent before she died. If Aegon helps High Court, Tyrell will lead Riverbend to pledge allegiance to you. Therefore, Aegon was really the king of the 7 countries on the surface. Old Man was stunned. He nodded and sighed. "Yes, Your Highness. I should call him, Your Majesty. I hope you two have a good marriage and give birth to an heir soon." "I will." Sansa blushed and behaved generously. Then it was Littlefinger. Uncle Finger hugged his daughter and bowed respectfully to Aegon. He kept saying auspicious words. When the dwarf came over with Yelaine, Aegon and Sansa both had strange expressions on their faces. "It's a little awkward." Tyrion touched his nostrils and smiled awkwardly. Back then, the dwarf wanted to say that back at King's Landing, Joffrey and Margaery also stood at the entrance of the Great September to receive blessings from others. He and Sansa also gave their blessings to the newlyweds. But Sansa did not want to hear anything about that day, or that year. She interrupted the dwarf and said bluntly, "Sire, this is good for both of us." "That's enough." "Yes, it's good." Tyrion grinned and showed an exaggerated smile. "Long live the king, long live the queen." The king and queen are a match made in heaven. Happy for a long time." Saying that, he picked up Sansa's hand and kissed it hard on the back. Then he hugged Aegon's waist and whispered, "You bastard, go fuck your cousin tonight." Aegon glanced at the long line behind him and showed an elegant fake smile. He whispered back, "Bastard, I'm not like you. I won't insult my wife with words. Get out." Yaelien smiled and pretended that she didn't see or hear anything. She politely and distantly said a few words of blessing. The line was so long that there was not much time left for everyone. The dwarf quickly left with Yaelien. Not long after, it was Illyrio's turn. He was even more emotional than when he gave the gift. His eyes were red and he was crying. He gave his blessings one after another. The others did not think much of it. There were many people who cried. Didn't Uncle Fingers also have tears in his eyes just now? They only thought that this fat foreigner was sucking up to the king in order to get a good piece of land. Yes, the fat merchant was no longer hiding behind the scenes. He had been given the title of Marquis by Aegon. He was also King Aegon's finance minister and the military's quartermaster. Those with status could give their blessings to the king and queen in person. Those without status, mercenaries, merchants, and prostitutes who came after hearing the news, were blocked 10 meters away by the golden knights in golden armor and black cloaks embroidered with a red dragon. Long live the true dragon! Long live Aegon! Long live Queen Sansa! Cheers flooded the newlyweds. Regardless of their personalities, Aegon and Sansa's appearances were first class. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Both of them had good personalities and did not appear to be rebellious. It was easy for them to gain the favor of ordinary people. "Now that Sansa is married and you don't object to this marriage, can you let me go?" In the crowd, a man in leather armor with a long beard and messy hair whispered to the cloaked man beside him. Looking at that face, wasn't it Jaime who had been missing for many days? Chapter 640. Your vow is only half complete. There's still. Arya, the cloaked person said with the sound of a blade scraping against glass. Let the deviant ghosts take that brat away. I've searched the entire Three River Basin and haven't heard anything. Where am I supposed to find her? The man complained. Your sacred vow. Before it's complete, you must listen to me. Even if one day I'm no longer around, you have to continue. The cloaked person's voice was emotionless. I wasn't even this loyal to the Mad King back then, the man who looked like a lion's head said angrily. If you had always been loyal to me, you wouldn't have today's disaster. The cloaked person usually didn't talk so much. Today, seeing her daughter getting married and her son-in-law being so young and handsome, she was too excited. Can I meet Tyrion? That bastard killed my father and then my uncle. I have to ask him personally where he got his grudge from. The man who looked like a furious lion glanced at the dwarf who was teasing Fearless with Yaelien from the corner of his eye and gritted his teeth. No, we are about to take action. Don't mess up the plan, the cloaked person said sternly. Cersei married Yuluen. For the sake of my vow, I've sacrificed too much, the lion-headed man said sorrowfully. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The thin winter sun was covered by shadows. The loud and sonorous roar of a beast shook the Moongate castle slightly. Wow, Balerion, Black Death God Balerion. True dragon, true dragon. True dragon Targaryen. Long live the true dragon. The pterosaur spread its wings and covered the sky, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Black Death God Balerion landed on the marble square. Its huge body was like a thick wall, blocking the king and queen behind it. But soon, everyone saw the king holding the queen's hand and walking up the flight of wings. They sat on the dragon's saddle and fastened the belt. Whoosh, the huge leather wings stirred up a tornado near the square. The cloak of the cloaked person was blown off, revealing a dead person's scarred face. It was Madame Stoneheart. She had come to attend her daughter's wedding. SSSS, Balerion leaped up. It would take the king and queen to tour the cities of the valley. So big. Even the scorpion crossbow wouldn't be able to kill him, right? I heard that even Queen Sansa will become a dragon knight. The lion-headed man stroked his messy beard and narrowed his eyes at the megalosaurus that was flying away in the sky. He cursed in a low voice, "This damn world is becoming more and more unfamiliar to me." Soon, almost complete, revenge, recapture Winterfell. The cloaked man put on his cloak and muttered. Aegon brought Sansa back to the Moon Gate Castle before dark to attend the formal wedding ceremony. When the queen came down from the terraceor, she was sneezing and shivering. Her cherry blossom face and rose-red lips were blue and black. She wore too little and was too cold. "My dear, it's cold in the winter. Next time, change into a thick fur coat and wear a windproof helmet. You'll feel much better." Aegon comforted his newlywed wife gently. Back in the king and queen's bedroom, Duke Aeron's original residence, Queen Sansa warmed herself by the fire for a while. Only then did she regain her beauty like a thawed lake. For the banquet, both of them had changed their attire. Aegon wore black breeches, a crimson and gold jacket embroidered with gold thread, and the Dragon King's crown that Illyrio had gifted him. Compared to the impulsive youth at Slaver's Bay, he now had the calm bearing of a king. Sansa, on the other hand, changed into the crimson dress that represented the Targaryens. Her slender waist was tight, and the tight corset revealed her shoulders and upper half of her breasts, accentuating her snow-white skin and her slender figure like a willow branch. The queen's cheekbones were exquisite, her blue eyes were clear, and her thick red hair draped over her white bare shoulders to her waist. On her forehead was a slender and simple crown inlaid with hexagonal rubies. The crown held her hair, ensuring that her exquisite cheekbones and delicate features were not covered. The two of them held hands, their fingers interlocked, and smiled at each other. Under the protection of Brittany and the knights, they entered the venue together, causing countless cheers and whistles. Joffrey's wedding banquet was unprecedentedly luxurious. There were a total of 77 dishes, a rarity in the world. Although 77 dishes were not enough for Zhang Juzheng to eat, in Westeros, or even on a global scale, 77 dishes were rare extravagance. It wasn't that the people of this world were thrifty, but that it was difficult to gather so many recipes and the corresponding chefs. Many of Joffrey's 77 dishes were actually repeated. For example, there were all kinds of pies and meat pies. Almost every kind of filling counted as a dish. Aegon also gathered 77 dishes this time. He was better than Emperor Joe. He learned a lot of Eastern dishes from Aunt Dany in Slave Bay, such as steamed fish head with chili peppers, white chopped chicken, garlic crayfish. In a religious culture that worshipped seven dishes were too few. Even the Dragon Queen, the soul of China, found it difficult to gather all 77 dishes. Only 77 was the most suitable. During the banquet, there were naturally all kinds of entertainment programs, acrobatics, midget martial arts competitions, opera. The focus was on the opera. At the opening, Tom of the Seven Strings performed Winter Snow Rose, which praised the dire wolf, Corolla Night King, which flattered the Dragon Queen, and The Girl, the Virgin and the Crone, which pleased the seven gods, while My Beloved Temperament expressed the love of the king to the queen, causing the venue to be filled with the laughter and cheers of young boys and girls. In addition to these orthodox programs, there were also a large number of rural obscenities and novelty plays. Because the theme and content were relatively new, even appearing in front of people for the first time, they were far more popular than traditional operas that had been heard thousands of times. For example, Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream told the story of a pure girl's step-by-step depravity. The singer was a big fat man from Mill, a very famous tenor on the other side of the narrow sea. He sang in a mellow tone. That year, I went to the river of flowers and fruits. Under the peach tree, I saw a face more beautiful than the peach blossoms. I went forward in a daze, but saw under the apricot tree on the other side, a handsome young man looking at her from afar, love rippling between them like the sea. I was dejected and silently retreated. The music changed from the light and cheerful dream of lilacs to a soothing tune with melancholy and blessings. This year, I went to the river with golden ears of wheat. In the tavern, I saw a girl as beautiful as a rose. I didn't even have to go up to her. She wrapped her arms around my neck with a smile as sweet as honey and kissed me. The rhythm of the music suddenly sped up, with a kind of intoxicating atmosphere. After that, there were a lot of indescribable scenes of love, all kinds of moves, all kinds of tastes. The men couldn't control themselves, the women's cheeks were rosy, and their eyes were watery. I awoke with a start, and she asked me for a copper barley. She laughed and said she was once worth a gold royal. I asked, what about the young man? She stopped laughing. She told me a dream, her dream. The music became sad. The audience suddenly cooled down from their previous excitement. They gritted their teeth, sighed, slammed the table, slammed the plate with knives and forks, threw the wine glass, cursed loudly, damn faceless one. In the end, all the sympathy and love for Rosie in the play turned into curses for faceless one. Why? In Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream, 999% of the content was romantic stories, and had nothing to do with Faceless One, and the plot didn't even describe Faceless One positively. It only said, so he is Faceless One, at the end, that's all. Even the wise Tyrion, the cunning Uncle Fingers, and the serious and rigid old face all scolded Faceless One. They were sincere, without the slightest reluctance. But the dwarf was not immortal. Half an hour after Rosie's dream ended, the boiling emotions in his chest gradually calmed down, his reason returned, and he murmured, the style of the play, why do I feel a little familiar? The spiritual entertainment in this world is very poor, reading books and watching plays. Dwarfs also like to watch plays. When he was in Slave Bay, he often hung out with the workers and peasants' arts troupe. Other than looking for female midgets, he also came to watch opera. With doubts, he called Mill over and asked, this is the first time I've heard Rosie's Dream, who is the screenwriter? The fat man replied, this is a recent hit from the South, another new work by the famous playwright Dr. Wargrave. Wargrave. The dwarf loved to read, and immediately found the name in his memory, and said in surprise, I read his famous book, Black Wings, Swift Transmission, when I was a child, and the book ridiculed St. Bailey's foolish attempt to replace the raven with pigeons. The tenor was also a learned person, and nodded, I also had the honor to read that book. St. Bailey believed that the white pigeon symbolized purity, and the black wings of the raven represented misfortune. But pigeons can only be used as pigeons, and they don't have the ability to survive in the wild, while the fierce raven can fight with the eagle. The question is, how did he become a famous playwright when he was just a doctor of raven? The dwarf wondered. He is a doctor of raven, but his necklace can encircle my belly. The tenor patted his pregnant belly, and said matter-of-factly, which doctor only knows one profession? That's true. The dwarf reluctantly agreed with the tenor, and said hesitantly, don't you think the style of Rosie's Dream, ha ha ha. Without waiting for the dwarf to finish, the tenor laughed and said, it's like Dragon Queen. Of course it is. Dragon Queen has almost created a new genre, and everyone is imitating her, even the scholars of the City of Knowledge. It's just that Dr. Wargrave's level is the highest, and his imitation is the most accurate. I thought I was the only one. The dwarf had a strange look on his face. Sigh, after the opera she wrote and directed in Slave Bay spread, the layman just watched for fun, but the insiders like me were shocked when I saw it for the first time. That literary technique, that unique suppression of desire. The tenor finally met a civilized person he could talk to in the Wild Westeros, and immediately began to analyze Dragon Queen's creative technique and conception skills. Chapter 641. It was no wonder that the tenor was so excited. In this world, even papermaking hadn't appeared yet. In other words, literary creation was still at the stage of extremely simplified history books. Since ancient times, before the invention of papermaking and printing technology, the cost of writing books was too high. Most of the resources were invested in the compilation of calendars and history books, which were more practical and urgently needed. The remaining resources would also be used to record poems. Stories were only passed down by word of mouth, and almost none of them were written into books. For example, in the Great Celestial Dynasty, legendary stories began to appear in the Tang Dynasty, and all kinds of stories were popularized in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The four great classical novels all came from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Other than the fact that poetry was the best in the Tang and Song dynasties, the scholars had no choice but to turn to dramas and stories. The more important reason was the cost of writing books. How many words did Zhuxi write, Ode to the Three Capitals, in the Jin dynasty? Paper was expensive in the Luoyang dynasty. Even if 10 Chao Shuoqins were placed in the Jin dynasty, they wouldn't be able to write Dream of the Red Chamber. The bankrupt Chao family didn't have money to buy paper. Therefore, before Danny invented dragon paper and true dragon printing, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire also followed the simple and direct style of historical records. Of course, writing history had to be simple, clear, and direct. Therefore, even if the scholars were very knowledgeable, the novels and dramas they wrote were dry. Just like the Dunluan incident, it was a kind of posture with yang above yin below, and it was used for thousands of years. Suddenly, one day, a dragon queen popped out of Slave Bay and came up with a set of 108 kinds of spring cries. How could those dry people not be amazed? Literary techniques were the same as technology. They were constantly developing. If you don't believe me, you can go and look at the ancient classics. Other than the gorgeous words, beautiful sentences, and rich characters, in terms of story transfer, plot design, plot conflict, and word count, they might not be as good as the great writers on the internet. Word count. Don't think that the famous books weren't good at writing. There was no novel in the world that wasn't good at writing. Sometimes, the author deliberately used words, but most of the time, the author didn't know that he was writing. For example, in Journey to the West, Wu Qinzhen definitely didn't like writing. However, in Journey to the West, such a plot often appeared. Tang Xingsen was captured by the demons, and Wukong had a good fight. Since he couldn't defeat the demons, he went to ask for help. Obviously, the readers knew about Wukong's experience, but the author still wanted to borrow Wukong's mouth to tell the story of how Wukong lost his master, fought the demons, and encountered troubles in detail. What else could this be but hydrology? Also, before Wukong, Beiji, and Sand Monk fought with the monsters, they would often announce their names and origins. In other words, they would use a very long poem to show off. They would recite the major events of their lives from their birth to the present. Their narration was very catchy and popular. The first time you listen to it, you'll only find it breathtaking, but the second time, the third time. After the nth time, you'll choose to fast forward. Not only did Wukong and Ba Jia introduce themselves, but they also introduced their weapons. The origins and functions of the golden-banded staff and nine-toothed harrow were also made into a jingle and repeated over and over again. To put it bluntly, there was only one meaning to this part of the story: acting tough. How can I be so awesome? How can my weapon be so awesome? Isn't that just showing off? If a web novelist were to write this, he would also act pretentiously. In fact, he might even act pretentiously more often than old Wu. When encountering a demon, if he didn't act tough 8 to 10 times, he wouldn't be able to live up to his good demon persona. However, web novelists would definitely come up with all sorts of ways to show off. Even if there was such a thing, it would only happen once. At most, they would use the effects of Wukong and the golden-banded staff in actual combat to show off. For example, today, they would use the golden-banded staff to smash a tree. Tomorrow, they would use the golden-banded staff to smash a small mountain. The day after that, they would smash a continent. The day after that, they would smash a planet. After that, they would smash a solar system, the Milky Way, the universe, the multiverse. In the end, they would step over the computer and phone screens and smash the heads of the readers with the golden-banded staff. Cough, cough, I've digressed. In short, Dragon Queen's unconventional writing style was a pioneer in this world where poetry and dramas were mainly written in a straightforward manner. She could barely be considered as a Shakespeare from another world and attracted many people to imitate her. The slave owners of Guise, the scholars of the City of Knowledge, the opera editors of the Free City, and so on were all studying the drama of Slave Bay and the Dragon Queen's writing style. Even the sensitive dwarf dispelled his suspicions of the Dragon Queen at this moment. He only sighed and said, "Rosie's dream is really well written." Throughout the whole story, it did not say anything bad about Faceless One, but it made all the audience hate Faceless One to the bone. Yes. Dr. Wargrave has already surpassed his master. Rosie's Dream will definitely become a famous piece passed down through the ages. The tenor agreed. But why does the City of Knowledge hate Faceless so much? Making up stories to slander Faceless. The dwarf was puzzled. You don't know about the conflict between the City of Knowledge and Bravos? The tenor was surprised. I've heard a little about it. Tyrion nodded and said, that conflict isn't important. What's important is that both sides violate the rights of guests and want to wear the hat of second rat chef on each other's head. But it's been so long, why hasn't it stopped? It's hard to end. Dr. Wargrave even swore that, if Faceless is not disbanded, the Holy War will never stop. Why is it like this? The dwarf was dumbfounded. It did stop a lot before, but recently. The fat singer looked at the dwarf hesitantly and stopped. Today, I'm just an art enthusiast. We talk about art, there's no distinction between identities. The dwarf said. Not long after your uncle died, the City of Knowledge swore that the Holy War would never stop and became very busy. Oh. The dwarf seemed to understand and nodded. So that's how it is. Those monkey bastards have a good plan. But, Faceless are scarier than my bitch sister, right? The tenor glanced at the knight patrolling the corner with Astapor's dog and whispered, the City of Knowledge also has a lot of dogs. Everyone knows. Tyrion's ugly face twisted. Of course, the world has been suffering Faceless for a long time. The tenor's voice was even lower, like a mosquito's buzz. Is it effective? Tyrion was interested. It's very effective. According to the grapevine, in the past 6 months, at least 3 faceless assassinations were discovered in advance in the 2 cities of Myr and Tyrosai alone. One faceless was even caught, but unfortunately, he killed himself. 7 gods above, the effect is so strong. Tyrion was shocked. The tenor looked around and saw that other than the dwarf's female companion, Princess Elaine, no one was paying attention to them, so he smiled and said, excellent hunting dogs that have been specially trained can smell blood and distinguish the breath of strangers. They are more sensitive to murderous aura. Think about it, a faceless peels off the skin of others and puts it on his own face. How can he avoid the smell of blood and murderous aura? Even if he has superb means and can hide the smell of blood and murderous aura, when he appears for the first time, how can the dogs not detect a stranger? It is said that a businessman in Myr found a business opportunity and began to secretly train special dogs. They let people line up and walk past the hunting dogs. If a stranger is mixed in with 100 people in line, if the hunting dogs can smell him, he will live, if not, he will die. Using the surviving hunting dogs as seeds, the puppies that are born are trained again. 1,000 people line up, mixed in with a stranger who has just bathed. With this cycle, one day, as long as it is a stranger, they will not be able to get close to the nemesis of the faceless. Makes sense. While they were talking, a new stage play started. The gloomy lighting atmosphere, the background music of a sly hero, and the Cthulhu stage design, costumes, and props that were beyond the times attracted the dwarf's attention. A bald, thin, and tall man with a black beard was accompanied by a total of 15 musicians, 10 more than the fat tenor. "He is Jackson of Pentos, known as the Emperor of Opera," the fat man said sourly. "In the shadow of the tower, the King of Darkness holds a list." Jackson's loud voice could be heard even by the guards in the corner of the hall, but the people closest to the stage did not find it noisy. He let out a soft murmur, "That is a name." The drummers beat out a slow and gloomy rhythm, and the faint sound of the flute was like a ghost whimpering in the night wind. "A name, a dead soul," the musicians chanted in unison. "He feeds on blood and slaughter, the castle is filled with models of human heads, and each model is covered with a face, thousands of names, thousands of faces." Jackson raised his arms and sang loudly with a mellow tone. "A name, a face, thousands of faces." The musicians shook their heads and chanted together. "Cruel Meg, Fireball Quinton, Arrow Rain Prince Robert." The drummers sped up the rhythm, and Jackson quickly read out a series of names. Some were known to everyone, but some were unfamiliar to Westeros. "What does this mean?" The dwarf was puzzled. "The name of this play is Death's List. Those names are all people who were assassinated by the King of Darkness, and they are all famous people. You have not heard of it because of the long history, or because you are a foreigner," Elaine said. "You have heard of it?" The dwarf was surprised. Elaine nodded and rubbed her arms. "They did not sing as well as the Emperor of Opera. I have goosebumps all over my body, so comfortable." "Didn't Meg kill himself? How did he frame it on Faceless?" "Meg killing himself is just a speculation. Think about it, he has Balerion, and he is so cruel. How could he be so cowardly as to kill himself? Someone must have invited Faceless," Elaine said. Before, even the City of Knowledge thought that Meg killed himself." "How did you?" Elaine interrupted him. "Now the City of Knowledge has reversed the case for Meg, and Death's List was also scripted by Wargrave. Meg's death at the hands of Faceless was also just announced by the City of Knowledge." "What about Fireball Quinton?" the dwarf asked again. "Quinton Bull, one of the two most important generals under Black Fire Daimon, the other was Cold Iron Igor, died at the hands of an archer in the river before the final battle. The problem was that Quinton was leading an army to the battlefield, and he was surrounded by his own people. There were no enemies around, and they did not even find the person who killed him. The City of Knowledge believes that Faceless replaced one of Fireball Quinton's subordinates." "I think it is very reasonable," Elaine said. "It is indeed more reasonable than dying at the hands of an unknown archer, but—" The dwarf's face twisted. Mill's tenor suddenly said, "Dr. Wargrave also has a play called The Non-Existent Bryn Den. The doctor believes that before the Black Fire Rebellion, the Blood Crow Duke Blinden was replaced by Faceless, and that Daimon Blackfire and his two sons were also killed by Faceless. This is completely denying the existence of Blinden River text. It's ridiculous." The dwarf shook his head. Chapter 642. Mill said in a high voice, "But Dr. Wargrave also has his reasons. He believes that Bryn Den leading the Raven-Tooth Guards to shoot Daimon and his son in armor from more than 400 meters away is too unbelievable. If he was lucky enough to kill one person, it might be a coincidence, but killing 3 people in a row is like magic. General, have you ever seen such a sharp archer on the battlefield?" The dwarf was silent. Mill's opera singer said, "I have asked the Red Archers of the Midsummer Islands. Their archery is the best in the world. Light arrows may have a range of 400 meters, but they do not have the destructive power of 400 meters. Not to mention heavy arrows that can pierce through armor. If there is a Faceless one hiding in Daimon's team, just like how he killed Fireball Quinton, it is obviously more reasonable to assassinate him in the chaos. But Blinden's most glorious life started from the first Black Fire Rebellion. If he was replaced at that time, wouldn't the Duke of Blood Crow be an illusion?" The dwarf muttered. That is why it is called the non-existent Blinden. It is very likely that the Duke of Blood Crow really does not exist. Everything is because the Bravosi sent a faceless one to interfere in the civil war of the 7 countries. Mill's expression was full of superiority as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone as if he knew the truth. What was more ruthless than changing the genealogy was erasing his existence. It sounds very reasonable and wonderful. I also believe it a little. But I have never heard of the non-existent Blinden. Elaine was puzzled. Some people in the City of Knowledge strongly oppose changing history, so the script is only circulated in a small circle. This was a fight between gods that mortals would never be able to detect. Danny's whispers versus Blinden's willpower distortion. But Blinden clearly exists. The dwarf remembered clearly that the Dragon Queen had mentioned the three-eyed crow many times. The dwarf still did not believe in the three-eyed crow's exaggerated abilities. How could a person be so strong? If the three-eyed crow could observe the timeline and distort people's thoughts, then what is the point of us Westeros mortals existing? He felt that Blinden should be a powerful shapeshifter. If his magic power was profound, he might still be alive, but that was it. Tyrion sneered, "Scholars aren't afraid of death, but aren't you guys afraid as well? Why are you all singing this kind of drama?" "Scared, of course I'm scared to death." Fatty nodded repeatedly and said, "That's why famous big shots like us don't stand out. We wait for the street bards to spread the stories and plays before we perform." Tyrion was stupefied. Opera Meyer said helplessly, "We have always performed whatever the audience likes." The theme of Faceless involves mystery, assassination, infiltration, transformation, conspiracy, betrayal, money. There are too many elements that the audience likes to see. Take Dragon Queen for example, she is 10 times more terrifying than Faceless One. No matter how tyrannical Faceless One is, what can he do to ordinary people? But if the great guardian of light incarnates into the wings of death, he can burn a city in flames, or even pluck the stars and take the moon. But even such a terrifying Dragon Queen, there are people who make up stories about her, let alone Faceless One. Thinking of the stage plays made by the Gith people in Volantis, Tyrion was completely speechless. After a while, he muttered, "Since the scholars like to make things up so much, I'll ask them to help me write the truth of Duke Tywin's death, saying that I was also replaced by Faceless One. How about it?" Elaine rolled her beautiful eyes and said snappily, "Since you admit that you are fake, I'll have you locked up." Hee, but that night, I was replaced by a gnome Faceless One. Anyway, Faceless One is now a chamber pot, so it's not too much for me to use it once, right? The little devil said with a smile. Dr. Wargrave's story is based on facts. He didn't make it up, Mills said with a frown. What facts do Death's List and Rosie's Dream have? Are you stupid to believe a playwright's story? The gnome shook his head and laughed. Hee. Meyer shook his head and chuckled, there was an indescribable wretchedness on his face. You have a dragon, and it will only take a day or two to go to the old town. Bring more gold royals with you, the gnome was shocked. What, did you see the real person? Who? Is it Rosie? The fatty nodded gently. The gnome was shocked again and pointed at the fatty. You tried. Is she really a waitress? Once a copper. Sigh, the price has increased a long time ago. Who doesn't want to get close to such a wonderful woman? As an artist of the older generation, of course I have to experience life. Otherwise, how can I let the audience immerse themselves through singing? It is also because I am an opera singer that Miss Rosie honored me with a meeting. There was once a sea merchant who offered 20 gold royals to spend a night with her, but he was rejected. Compared to before, her value has increased by more than 10,000 times. The fatty smacked his lips and said with a nostalgic expression. Rosie, is she really as beautiful as the stories say? Tyrion was a little excited. Wasn't it more exciting to have a tryst with the heroine of a legendary story compared to watching a movie and finding the actor to do it with because of his extreme love for a certain character in the movie? Would you rather find Huang Rong herself or find the actor to play Huang Rong? That was the logic. Beautiful, like a peerless beauty in the world, like a peach blossom in summer. More importantly, the aura, the sadness between her brows like a spring dream, the big eyes that are hazy like clouds flowing through the blue sky. When she looks at you, it is as if she is telling a sentimental story. It's simply killing me, the fatty said excitedly. Tyrion's mind went wild, and the rod in his lower body stiffened. His heart was moved. That's really, Yalin's pretty face was covered in frost, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. The dwarf quivered and put away his wretched expression. He said seriously, even if Rosie is real, what about the list? The fatty also put on a serious scholarly face and said in a low voice, recently, there were 2 people who died inexplicably in the past, and it was confirmed that they were killed by the Faceless. Because when they saw the drama Death's List, the employer who hired the faceless ones to kill them was too shocked. With a panicked expression, he cried out, "My plan, how could it be known? Wouldn't that reveal the truth?" Really? The dwarf was surprised. Of course it's true, there is a follow-up. A trade prince pulled him over for questioning, and he was afraid of the prince's power. He felt that the victims had been dead for many years and had no relatives or friends, so there was no need to hide, so he told the truth. The process of hiring the assassins was exactly the same as in the drama. The fatty said in a low voice. This is too sensational. The dwarf murmured. Could it be that my uncle's head was also cut off by the Faceless? I reminded him that he should be under the close protection of the guards, he said suspiciously. When Kevin had just died, the dwarf didn't know the cause of death, and the Dragon Queen suspected that Yu Luan was behind it, but she wasn't sure. In fact, the blood witchcraft that could kill people from a distance was too advanced. Kuei Shi and Tam were first-class geniuses among the shadow-binding knights, but they couldn't do it. But when Yu Luan summoned the sea monster, the dwarf directly blamed his uncle's death on him. He and Aegon were still frightened by the unexpected disaster, and intended to take refuge in Dragonstone Island. The Dragon Queen told them that blood witchcraft was hard to learn and easy to defend, so they could either stay in Wind's End Castle and close the door, or arrange for guards with steel weapons to guard the bed all night long. If they saw a shadow approaching, they would slash it with their swords. No matter how powerful the witchcraft was, it could be broken in one move, and it could even backfire on its master. When Aunt May killed Lonley, Caitlin, a mortal, could clearly see the ghost shadow, let alone the swordsman who was always vigilant. At that time, if Mother Wolf had a steel dagger and threw it out, not only would she be able to save Lonley, but she would also be able to kill Heir Lu in one move. This was because the ghost shadow was Heir Lu's spirit. Aunt May would also be half dead because of the witchcraft being broken, or if she was unlucky, she would die directly. Ha ha ha. The fatty smiled strangely. What? Tyrion looked up at him and said, "You may not know much about supernatural power, but it's very difficult to kill people from a distance with blood witchcraft, otherwise this world would have been ruled by witches long ago." "My lord, don't joke around, who knows better than you how Regent Kevin died? Faceless assassination is indeed 10,000 times more reliable than blood witchcraft, but there are some things that everyone knows, you can't deny." The fatty's mouth twitched. The dwarf's ugly noseless face twisted into a ball, and said fiercely, "How did the City of Knowledge know about the Faceless assassination list?" The fat opera singer saw his expression and was really a little scared. Who wouldn't be afraid of a bastard who killed his father and uncle? So he quickly smiled and said, "Some people say that the Faceless team is not pure, and there are spies in the City of Knowledge. Just like the scholar disguised as a slave, entered the mill glass factory, and stole the secret recipe to make high-quality glass. Just like the scholar stole Kohler's forging technique. Just like the scholar sneaked into the immortal Hall of Queers to steal the secret of the witches, just like." At the end, the fatty couldn't help but sigh and said, "Who hasn't had their knowledge and technology stolen by the scholar? I swear that in a few years, the City of Knowledge will master the top-secret techniques from Slave Bay, such as paper making and printing. Perhaps, the City of Knowledge is secretly cultivating their own Faceless." The Dragon Queen and the Faceless One were terrifying, but the Westerosi scholars were smart, brave, unafraid of death, shameless, and outnumbered by their enemies. Impossible to guard against, even more terrible. Speaking of which, when Dragon Queen announced the disbandment of the City of Knowledge, the whole world rejoiced. Everyone said that the scholar's retribution has come. The dwarf saw the disdain on Yelaine's face and his heart moved. He waved the fat opera singer away and asked in a low voice, "What, is he wrong?" The news that there is a spy in the Faceless team was secretly released by the City of Knowledge. In order to cover up the real source of the news. Tyrion was surprised. "How do you know? Can't Dorne have its own Pycelle?" Yelaine sneered. The dwarf sighed. "It seems that the City of Knowledge has really lost its credibility, and they are mixing in sand. But what's the point of doing this? It's better to disband. Dragon Queen's school system is good, we can try it." Yelaine glanced at the smiling Aegon couple and asked, "Do you know the real source of the City of Knowledge? I'd like to hear the details." The City of Knowledge has a special task force, and the War of the Usurpers was caused by them. Rickard Stark's tragic death was not unjust. Yelaine blabbered on and on about the big news that Dr. Wargrave had exposed. Clang! The glass fell from the dwarf's hand, his face pale as he muttered, 7 layers of hell. What kind of monster has the City of Knowledge become? Chapter 643. During the banquet, in addition to the drama, there were also 7 fire masters that Illyrio had recruited. Originally, it was supposed to be Aegon's wildfire, but today, it was also performing on stage. It actually summoned 7 giant dragons with fire control, and they attacked each other with flaming claws and fangs, causing the audience to cheer. However, the climax of the banquet was the nuptials. Before the banquet was completely over, the newlyweds had to enter the bridal chamber. The guests at the banquet swarmed over, the women carrying Aegon, the men grabbing Sansa and carrying her on their shoulders. On the way to the bridal chamber, dozens of men ripped off Sansa's clothes while loudly telling dirty jokes. It was very barbaric. But this was the nuptials, a Westeros custom. Everyone had been through it. In the south, this kind of custom would be somewhat restrained and not too excessive. But in Hejien and the north, even if you were the queen, you had to enter the bridal chamber naked. The women did the same to Aegon. These people wouldn't really touch the king and queen or take advantage of them. Their hands were disciplined, but their eyes were dishonest. The two groups took different paths and met in front of the bed in the bridal chamber, throwing the naked king and queen onto the bed. But they wouldn't leave. Many of them would stand guard outside, eavesdropping and suggesting interesting positions for the newlyweds. Here. Before the dwarf left, he secretly stuffed a small glass token into Aegon's hand. What is it? Aegon looked down and was immediately moved. Thank you. It was a small bottle of Emperor's Blessing. It was a gift from Slag to the dwarf, one of the few remaining divine medicines. Sigh. The dwarf shook his head with a bitter smile and left the bridal chamber. On the way back to the bedroom, Tyrion was very surprised to run into Uncle Finger again. Hey, long time no see. We two old friends should catch up. Uncle Finger's smile was still so friendly. You're forgetful. We've seen each other many times today. Tyrion wasn't easy to deal with either. His smile was even brighter than Uncle Finger's. What kind of greeting is this? We've been friends for many years. Perhaps there are some misunderstandings, and I'm willing to explain them to you. Uncle Finger waved at Tyrion and walked towards the back door of the castle. The dwarf touched the steel dagger at his waist and glanced at Uncle Finger's thin and short figure. He had an idea and immediately followed. They turned left and right, passed through corridors, and finally arrived at the labyrinth garden in the castle's backyard. The cold wind from the north made Uncle Finger tighten his cloak. He stomped the snow on his feet and said, "We have the same goal now, which is to help His Majesty Aegon ascend the Iron Throne, don't we?" However, Tyrion would not follow his rhythm. He sneered and said, "Little Finger, your courage is far greater than your size." Uncle Finger frowned but remained polite. He said, "Old friend, I know you have some misunderstandings about me. Tonight, right now, I'm here for this." "Tell me." Tyrion sneered. "You know about my relationship with Sansa's mother, right?" Uncle Finger said with a sorrowful expression. "You said you broke her private parts." Uncle Finger nodded and said seriously, "I really love her and am willing to do anything for her. That's why I can't tolerate Lannister playing with her daughter like a toy. I didn't want to hurt anyone at Joffrey's wedding. Joffrey's death is somewhat related to me, but my goal is not to kill the king. I only want chaos." "Oh, I believe that," Tyrion sneered. "Sigh, I know you don't believe me, but how difficult is it to take a living person away from the Red Keep? Coincidentally, Lady Olenna found me. She thinks that Joffrey can't give Marjorie happiness and needs me to provide some additional help. For Sansa, for Catelyn in the underworld, I'm willing to bear any sin." Uncle Finger's eyes reddened, and his words were solemn and nasal. He. Tyrion still sneered. "I'm guilty, but I didn't want to frame you. You know better than I do that you're thought to be Joffrey's murderer because Cersei thinks you are. The garden is so cold. If you don't talk like a human, I'm leaving." Uncle Finger was sincere, but Tyrion's expression remained the same. He sneered. "Tyrion, have you forgotten? We used to be so close. Whenever my brothel had new goods, I would keep them for you. We were even together. I only have friendship for you, and never any hostility." Uncle Finger sighed. Tyrion was disgusted as if he had been force-fed 2 pounds of feces. His face twisted. "You can deny what happened to Joffrey, but what about the Dragonbone dagger?" "Dragonbone dagger?" Uncle Finger was confused. "What's wrong with the dagger? I remember that it's Robert's, right? What does it have to do with you? Stop pretending. I almost fell off that building. How many nobles don't know that?" Tyrion pointed at the eyrie under the cold crescent moon and sneered. "Did you misunderstand something?" Uncle Finger was still at a loss. Tyrion did not want to beat around the bush anymore. "I was arrested by Lady Catelyn because of the Dragonbone dagger. You told her that the Dragonbone dagger was mine, and that I was the one who arranged the assassination of her son, Bran. After that, the War of the Lion Wolf and the rebellion of the Four Kings started because of this lie. That was your goal. So, stop pretending in front of me." Sigh, what a huge misunderstanding. Uncle Finger's face turned pale. He waved his hands and stomped his feet. "At that time, I only said in an uncertain tone that you might know where the dagger came from. I didn't say that you were the one who arranged the assassination of Bran. Think about it, what a huge loophole there is in that statement. No one in their right mind would give something as obvious as the Dragonbone dagger to an assassin. Can't a normal dagger kill someone? Catelyn isn't stupid either. If I said something like that, wouldn't she be able to tell that it was an obvious lie? That woman is so stupid. Her husband, Ide, is also stupid. He is so stupid that he would believe a bastard like you. But I'm not stupid." Tyrion said with a straight face, "You came to me just to say this?" Uncle Finger sighed. He knew that Tyrion had completely lost interest in reminiscing. If he did not bring out something useful, nothing would be accomplished tonight. "We will be leaving the valley in a few days. I hope that you can support me in becoming the hand of the king." Tyrion widened his eyes. He looked at the confident and humble man in front of him and felt that it was unbelievable. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Do you think that's possible? The army is about to go south, but John Clinton left the Moon Gate Castle on the night of the wedding, which was just now, and went to Slave Bay. And your reputation, old friend, as long as His Majesty is not crazy, he will not let you become the hand of the king. Then let Prince Daolang be the hand of the king. He is His Majesty's uncle. His status and talent are all suitable, Tyrion said nonchalantly. Ha, Tyrion, if you are smart, you will not say such things. Uncle Finger stepped forward and approached the dwarf. He whispered in his ear, I said that we are old friends. I know you. Didn't you go back to the Westeros to pull Lannister back from the edge of the cliff? But Prince Daolang joined the True Dragon Alliance because of the hatred in his heart. He wants to push Lannister into hell. But I am different. I have no ill intentions toward you. I have no hatred toward Lannister. You help me today, and I will help you tomorrow. You reject my friendship today, and tomorrow. Ha, Tyrion, don't let down our friendship of many years. Uncle Finger chuckled. Are you threatening me? Tyrion clenched his fists. His eyes, one green and one black, of different sizes, flashed with a dangerous light. I am trying to use sincerity to awaken our 10 years of friendship. Uncle Finger laughed. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and craned his neck to look around. What are you looking at? Uncle Finger asked, puzzled. I think I saw someone spying on us nearby, Tyrion said. No, there is no one in the garden. Uncle Finger's expression was natural. Are you sure? Tyrion was doubtful. Of course. Then I am relieved. Tyrion smiled. Relieved what? Before he could finish, a fist the size of a bowl came straight at him. Bam! It hit Uncle Finger right in the nose. Sour, astringent, bitter, numb. All kinds of feelings exploded in his heart at the same time, and tears immediately gushed out. Before he could cry out, another fist came at him like lightning and hit him in the stomach. Ugh! The acid in his stomach rushed up to his throat. Uncle Finger bent over and vomited. Bam, 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 bam. Tyrion did not let him go. He kept on punching and kicking him. Stop! An angry shout came from the maze. Then, a tall old man led 2 guards and rushed over from the corner of the maze. Tyrion, let go of the Duke. The old man's voice was thunderous. Bam, bam. Tyrion did not care. He kicked Uncle Finger with his sturdy leather boots. He scolded as he kicked, You arranged for someone to ambush me. How dare you say there is no one here? You are a liar. Uncle Finger lay in the snow covered in mud. He held his head with both hands. His mouth was full of blood. He groaned but could not say a word. Oh, Tyrion was attacking Commissioner Liu of Guanxi. The so-called ambush was just an excuse. Uncle Finger was afraid that he would attack, so he arranged for bodyguards to protect himself. Clang, clang, accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon being unsheathed, the blade reflected a cold white light under the moonlight. It quickly flashed in front of Tyrion's eyes. The dwarf quickly took a few steps back and shouted, Look at the sky, idiots. If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Hiss! Before he could finish, the faint moonlight in the sky suddenly disappeared. Complete darkness shrouded the maze garden. The pterosaur's roar seemed to be right next to his ears. Beep, 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 the tall old man stopped the guards who pulled out their swords to attack the dwarf. He picked up the whistle hanging on his neck and blew it. After a while, a large group of guards from the Moon Gate Castle rushed over. I will let you fly sooner or later. Leaving Uncle Finger with an inexplicable threat, Tyrion climbed onto Tessa's back and leaped into the night sky before the guards could surround them. I beat up Little Finger. I can't stay in the valley anymore. Aegon just got married, so he has to stay here for at least 3 days. Let's go back to Winestop Castle first. Tyrion found Yelaine and invited her. No, we're not going to Winestop Castle. Elaine climbed onto the dragon's back and sat behind the dwarf. She smiled strangely and said, "We're going to the old town to play for 2 days." "Why are we going to the old town?" The dwarf was confused. "The legendary woman, Rosie. I love her too," Elaine said matter-of-factly. The dwarf's mouth fell open. He was dumbstruck. After a while, he muttered, "What if someone recognizes us?" Elaine leaned close to the dwarf's ear and licked his earlobe. She whispered, "I will go into the city alone. After we negotiate the price, I will bring her to the tower. You can ride Tessa to pick us up. Then, the 3 of us can." The dwarf's blood immediately rushed to his head, little head. Elaine was reliable. The next night, the dwarf saw Rosie. Although her appearance and temperament were not as good as Sansa, Marjorie, or even the Dragon Queen, the dwarf felt that she had a special aura around her. The dwarf was full of energy. He had spent the most wonderful 2 days and 2 nights of his life. It was the same for Elaine. The despicable man and woman returned to Winestop Castle with a lazy expression on their faces. However, the moment they landed on the training ground, Aegon led a dozen soldiers to arrest the dwarf. "No way. I only beat up that bastard once, and you want to lock me up?" the dwarf shouted in disbelief. "Duke Baelish is dead. He fell to his death." "Just like you said, he flew once," Aegon said coldly. Chapter 644. Between Highcourt and King's Landing, there was no complete waterway connection. Taking a boat from Highcourt, going up the Mander River to the Bitter Bridge, then leaving the boat and going ashore, taking the Rose Avenue that connected Highcourt, Bitter Bridge, and King's Landing. Yuluin could not let the sea monsters climb onto land. Therefore, Aegon and Tyrion's plan was to end the battle quickly and take down King's Landing before Yuluin's Iron Fleet completed the voyage. Highcourt, Old Town, Dorne, Stone Islands, Dragonstone Island, Blackwater Bay, and Blackwater River outside King's Landing. Also because of the sea monsters, Dorne gave up the plan of taking a boat from Sun Halberd City to Wind's End Castle, and then landing at King's Landing at Blackwater Bay. Dorne sent out 4,000 Sandhorse cavalry to Wind's End Castle at night. In other words, Aegon would soon go to King's Landing, and his ministers, such as the Hand of the King, who commanded the ministers, had to be chosen before the expedition. Uncle Finger decided to find Tyrion because he had recommended himself to Aegon, but Aegon had rejected him. "Targaryen, I promised Tyrion to let him be the Hand of the King," Aegon said. But in fact, Tyrion was only one side. Aegon had his eyes on Uncle Finger's adopted daughter and the Valley Knights who were barely unified under Uncle Finger, but he was absolutely vigilant and distrustful of Uncle Finger himself. Perhaps it was because he had lived in seclusion in the Lone River since he was young and was raised by upright people like Clinton and Ashera. Aegon, who had just entered the mortal world, was naive and impulsive. He had not experienced the beating of reality, but his brain was normal and he was not stupid. After hearing so many guesses about Uncle Finger from Aunt Dany, whether he believed it or not, he would be vigilant against Uncle Finger. How could he let him be the Hand of the King? As a matter of fact, on their wedding night, after a hearty bout of yin and yang intercourse, Aegon began to complain to his wife about it. He told her how Uncle Finger lied to Catelyn and betrayed Ide, how he framed Tyrion the first time and instigated the war between the lion and the wolf, how he framed Tyrion the second time and messed up the situation of the 7 nations that Tywin had forcefully stabilized. Of course, Aegon was not an idiot. He hoped that his wife would be able to see Uncle Finger's true colors and not be used by him. However, he was also worried that Sansa would awaken Stark's stupid wolf's blood. Hence, when he spoke, he was very careful. He observed her body language, starting from the shallow to the deep, and gradually progressing. Fortunately, he had met Sansa, who had been greatly developed by Uncle Finger. If it was a few years ago, Sansa might have reported this to Uncle Finger. Just like back then, when I'd had planned to secretly send her and Arya away from King's Landing, she had secretly told Cersei about this in the middle of the night, causing her father to lose his life in the chicken pecking game with Cersei. Just like back then, when Cersei said that I'd had betrayed the kingdom, she had foolishly believed it and even wrote a letter to Robb, asking him to quickly come to King's Landing and surrender. Robb had almost gone mad with anger. Hence, Aegon would never appoint Uncle Finger as the Hand of the King. However, Uncle Finger did not know that. Uncle Finger was not stupid or arrogant. The main thing was that he did not expect the Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away, to pay attention to a small fry, and even analyzed him so thoroughly. Ever since Uncle Finger started his career, Jon Arryn, Robert, Ide, Erlu, Old Rose, Taoist Lang, Tywin. There were so many heroes, but none of them thought of him as a threat. Uncle Finger thought that he was still covered by the mist halo, but he did not know that the enemy had revealed the entire map and he had nowhere to hide. He was crushed by the enemy's information advantage. Hence, when he heard Aegon's excuse, he did not suspect that Tyrion was the only obstacle to him becoming the Hand of the King. To be honest, Uncle Finger did not desire the position of the Hand of the King. It was just that the position of the Hand of the King was beneficial for him to do some things. For example, the Hand of the King commanded all the troops under the king. He could easily arrange for the heir Harry to die. For example, he could take advantage of the position and use the benefits of King Aegon to rope in the vassals of the valley. When Harry and Robert Arryn died, he would officially become the King of the Valley. For example, just like when he was Robert's finance minister, he changed all the customs officials of the Seven Kingdoms to his trusted subordinates. The Hand of the King, Baelish, was confident that he could secretly control Aegon's small court. For example, the Hand of the King lived with the king. The best foster father of the Seven Kingdoms who followed Jon Arryn's example would be able to love his obedient daughter Sansa more easily. The Hand of the King was a ladder for Uncle Finger to do some things, not the goal. He looked for Tyrion. Although he was not confident that he could convince the other party, he also felt that him becoming the Prime Minister was the most beneficial for the dwarf. That was because the powerful Lannister was the target of his calculations. After Aegon ascended the Iron Throne, the broken Lannister would become the target of his protection. Uncle Finger's strategy was, other than himself, no other power was allowed to dominate. Whoever was powerful, he would beat them. Whoever was weak, he would support them. Only balance could maintain a long period of chaos. Unless he sat on the Iron Throne himself one day, chaos would be Uncle Finger's eternal pursuit. After much difficulty, Uncle Finger was sincere to Tyrion for once, but his good intentions were treated as ill intent. I can't keep the little devil. His hatred for me runs too deep, and he's too smart. After making such a decision, Uncle Finger grimaced as he gulped down a large bowl of poppy milk and fell asleep in a daze. That night, he did not sleep well. He was muddle-headed and not fully conscious. He swayed as if he was not sleeping on a comfortable feather bed, but was being jolted forward by a horse. He wanted to open his eyes to see what was going on, but his eyelids felt heavy. It was as if his heart was covered by a layer of heavy cotton that had been soaked in ice water. It was heavy and cold. The strange nightmare troubled him for a very long time, as if 10,000 years had passed. A blurry red light approached and dispelled the darkness that was heavy to the point of despair. Opening his eyes in a daze, Littlefinger's consciousness gradually returned. In an instant, endless pain drowned him like a tidal wave. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. Ugh, Osweir. He moaned as he called out to his loyal servant. Huff, huff, huff. No one answered. There was only the sound of the strong wind and the fluttering of clothes. It was as if he was lying on the back of a megalosaurus and flying at high speed. Where am I? The snowflakes in the cold wind fell on his face. With a shiver, Uncle Finger woke up. The Eagle Nest, Moongate Hall. Suddenly, he saw the huge hole beside him where the wind and snow poured in. Uncle Finger instantly understood where he was. He was the owner of this majestic castle. "Who are you? How did you bring me to the eagle nest without anyone noticing?" Uncle Finger gathered the tattered and smelly sheepskin blanket around him. His eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see the person behind the kerosene lamp clearly. But he failed. It was a cloaked man. The thick cloak covered most of his face, leaving only a pale and dry chin. The chin moved. "My dear. You don't even recognize me?" It was a voice that only demons from hell could make. Regardless of gender, age, it was like a blade rubbing against glass. It made people feel irritated and chills down their spines. "Who are you? Lift the cloak and let me see who's playing with me." Uncle Finger supported himself and endured the pain all over his body. He moved back cautiously. He can still move. "Mia, stop him from moving." The cloaked man pressed against his throat. His voice gradually became smoother and no longer stuttered. Immediately, a tall figure silently walked out of the darkness. It was a woman in her early 20s. She was close to 1.8 meters in height, with broad and thick shoulders. She had uneven and messy black hair, dark blue eyes, and rough skin. She was neither ugly nor beautiful, and was a very manly and fierce woman. "Mia Stone!" Uncle Finger exclaimed. "Why are you here?" "Oh right, winter is coming. The eagle nest is sealed. You're the only one who stayed here to guard." Before he could finish his sentence, the tall woman raised a blunt hammer from behind her and smashed it on Uncle Finger's knee. Crack! "Awoo!" Uncle Finger hugged his knees and howled. Bang! Mia swung her hammer again and hit Uncle Finger's left arm. Like a sugar cane being snapped, a crisp sound was heard. Then, Uncle Finger's eyes started to roll back. The pain almost made him lose consciousness. Mia looked back at the cloaked man. The cloaked man nodded lightly. Maya took a few steps back with the weapon in her hand and disappeared into the darkness again. Uncle Finger's face was as pale as paper, his forehead covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. He glared at the cloaked man with bloodshot eyes and said hoarsely, Who are you? Was it Tyrion who paid you to assassinate me?" The cloaked man looked left and right, as if he felt that the hall was not bright enough, which was why the other party had not recognized him yet. So he did not answer, and only focused on lighting the braziers in the cave wall. Then, she leaned over to Uncle Fingers, almost touching his face, and pulled down her cloak. Ah! The next moment, Uncle Fingers' face was distorted as he howled. Uncle Fingers' entire life of exclamations could not last as long as this one. His entire life of fear could not be compared to this one. Madame Stoneheart pressed her chipped face against Uncle Finger's pale, handsome face and said softly, "Didn't you always want me? I want a 15-year-old virgin, Caitlin, not an old monster like you. You ruined my dream." Uncle Finger screamed and regained his rationality, and began to think like a normal person. "Caitlin, why aren't you dead?" He tried not to avoid the rotten touch and asked with a forced smile. "Dead, I died once. I was soaked in the river for a few days. The fishes ate my flesh, the crabs pinched my hair. Fortunately, the great King of Light took pity on me and let me live again." Madame Stoneheart's voice was like a roundworm pulled out from the stomach of an old beggar on the street. It was sticky and stiff, and it drilled into Uncle Finger's mouth. His stomach acid churned, and he felt like vomiting. The vomit rushed into his mouth, but Uncle Finger forced it down. "That's great, Caitlin. You're alive. That's great." Uncle Finger cried tears of joy. Sobbing, real sobbing. He was crying on the surface, but he was also crying in his heart. Even a person who died for a few days can be revived. This damn unreal world, as opposed to the real world of the city of knowledge, how can people like us who rely on our intelligence live? Uncle Finger's scientific worldview, built by reading the famous books of the city of knowledge, was collapsing. Yes, it's great to be alive and see you again. Madame Stoneheart sighed. Caitlin, listen to me. His arms and knees were broken. No matter how shrewd Uncle Finger was, he did not think that he could fool her with a few nice words. There are some misunderstandings between us. I'll explain them to you one by one, he said hurriedly. I wonder if Lalo increased her intelligence when she was revived. If not, as long as I give him a chance to speak, I might be able to fool her today. Chapter 645. Tell me. Madame Stoneheart really let him speak. I'm saved. Uncle Finger secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression became calmer. The matter of the dragon bone dagger was my mistake. It belonged to Robert, but he never used it. I thought that Tyrion had taken it. I swear, other than this matter, I have never done anything to let you down. Look at Sansa. I was the one who saved her from Lannister's evil clutches. I was also the one who went back and forth and paid a huge price to make Aegon give up on Princess Elaine of Dorne and marry Sansa instead. Right, since you've been revived, why don't you come with me to Moon Gate Castle to meet the young couple? The paleness and panic on Uncle Finger's face completely disappeared, leaving only a big, bright, gentle, and poetic smile. I've met Aegon before, Madame Stoneheart said. Ha, that's a handsome young man, isn't he? Let me tell you, he's not just a handsome young man. He's almost as brave as his father and as gentle as Princess Elia. He's really a rare son-in-law. Uncle Finger seemed to have completely entered the intimate mode of chatting with an old acquaintance and old lover. Aegon, not bad. Madame Stoneheart nodded. Her face that was covered in clotted blood and gaping wounds showed a rare expression of relief and joy. Sansa has had the most innocent fantasies of a handsome prince, a noble knight, and a legendary love since she was young. She had always longed for the sweet love described in stories and songs. But the cruel fate was like a knife, slicing her innocent little heart in two. Madame Stoneheart touched her cheek. Cut into this. It's all good now. All the misfortune is over. She has realized her childhood dream and has started a happy life. You can also start afresh. Uncle Finger raised a sincere smile, his voice as gentle as a lover's comforting. Yes, after killing you, she will have a happy future. Madame Stoneheart nodded. Uncle Finger's smile froze on his handsome face like rotten milk. Caitlin, I thought our misunderstanding had been cleared up. With my help, Sansa will secure her position as queen. We'll head south to King's Landing, then head north to destroy Freyr, eliminate Bolton, and recover Stark's Winterfell, Uncle Fingers said meaningfully. Oh, little finger, I'm sorry. Madame Stoneheart suddenly sighed. She stretched out her slippery, catfish-like palm and caressed the man's blank face. Sorry. Madame Sir Exian apologized again. I apologize for my frivolity when we were young. I'm sorry, I apologize for my contempt for you from the bottom of my heart. Lisa was right. You have wisdom. Wisdom can change your status and create your destiny. She swore to me with a very serious expression that one day you will achieve something so great that I will regret it. I don't believe it. Now I really regret it. These words were completely out of Uncle Finger's expectations. Suddenly, he realized that he no longer knew the woman he had loved for decades. That was right. She was a ghost after resurrection. She was no longer the girl who stood among the flowers with her hands behind her back with a shy and expectant expression, bending down to kiss the boy on the grass. It's been so many years. Why are you still talking about it? He forced a smile with a trembling voice. Today, you must die. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. My Sansa will never have a day of peace. Madame Sir Exian regained her cold expression. She looked like a ghost that wanted his life. If you want to kill me, you have to give me a reason, right? Uncle Finger felt so wrong that he started to cry. You betrayed Ide. I didn't. Uncle Finger immediately denied. Who told you? He's lying. Who in the Seven Kingdoms doesn't believe Sir Barristan's words? Madame Sher Xin sneered like an owl. Barristan? Uncle Finger was confused. Isn't he at Slaver's Bay? Did you get the wrong person? There's no need to quibble. Sir Barristan is the captain of the King's Guard. No one knows better than him what happened at King's Landing that day. You betrayed Ide. This is another big misunderstanding. Uncle Fingers pouted and cried, I want to help Aida. I made an oath to you. Have you forgotten? But he didn't listen to me, besides, I didn't betray him. It was Sansa. Sansa told Cersei about Ide's intention to send her and Arya away from King's Landing. That was why Cersei was sure that Ide wanted to fight to the death with her. That was why she made the first move. I promised to help Ide bribe the gold-robed man. I kept my word. But the man I bribed could be easily bribed by the enemy. Who could be richer than Lannister? That was why I tried my best. It was fate. I had no choice. Lady Stoneheart stared at Uncle Finger's aggrieved face. She found it unbelievable that he could make such a logical argument in such a situation. You poisoned Jon Arryn, she said. Uncle Finger was about to deny it out of habit, but suddenly, he thought of Barristan who appeared out of nowhere. Maybe Catelyn had gotten solid evidence from one of the bastards. He could not deny it. Sigh. Uncle Finger sighed sadly. I love you. I love you madly, just like Lisa loves me madly. I confess to the 7 gods. I am guilty. I could not refuse Lisa's love. I am guilty. I did not cheat on her. I loved you. She is your sister. You two look alike. I always thought of her as you. That was the truth. What was Uncle Finger thinking? Lisa's looks were not inferior to Catelyn's. Her love for him was even more, let's put it this way. Excluding the ancient people like Prince Flare and Jenny from the city of Barren Stone, Lisa was definitely the most infatuated woman in the world of power. However, Uncle Finger only placed his true love on Catelyn, who subconsciously looked down on him. When Uncle Finger was at King's Landing, he often claimed that he took the Tully sisters' virginity. He was not lying. When he did Lisa, he really thought of her as Catelyn. You disgust me. Lady Stoneheart was also disgusted. Alright, Catelyn was not wrong. Uncle Finger was a bootlicker, but she did not treat him as a spare tire. He was not a spare tire either. His status was too low. At least a duke's second son like Ide was qualified to be Miss Tully's spare tire. I am sorry to disgust you. Uncle Finger smiled bitterly and said, I cheated on Lisa too many times. I exposed myself in front of Jon. Lisa had no choice but to, Uncle Finger was too awesome. He could come up with all kinds of perfect lies easily. Lady Stoneheart was actually skeptical. The truth was not like that at all. Uncle Finger first lured Old Guy to discover Cersei and Jaime's secret affair. When Old Guy was halfway through the investigation, he poisoned him. Then, he used the same method to let Ide discover Joffrey's identity as a bastard, and let Ide discover it himself. Old Guy died in the middle of investigating the bastard. This way, Ide would be 100% sure that Lannister killed his good foster father to silence him. The war between the wolves and the lions would be inevitable. You killed Lisa. Lady Stoneheart said. You met Sansa. She betrayed me. Uncle Finger's pupils contracted as he hissed in disbelief. When Lisa was pushed down the moon gate, other than Littlefinger himself, only Sansa and Marillion were present. Well, Marillion was a handsome bard. When Uncle Finger was not around, Lisa used him to comfort herself. Marillion was driven mad by Uncle Finger. He confessed his crime to the nobles of the valley. Because Lisa was cold to him, he killed her out of jealousy. Uncle Finger's teaching skills were not inferior to Big Sparrow's. In other words, only he and Sansa knew the truth of Lisa's death. Now, there was a third person who knew. His little sweetheart, his little cotton-padded jacket, betrayed him. You think my daughter is a fool? Lady Stoneheart sneered. Uncle Finger was stunned for a moment before he suddenly raised his head and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, she finally finished her apprenticeship. My perfect successor. No wonder I was brought here without anyone noticing. It turns out that Her Highness the Queen helped. Lady Stoneheart looked at him coldly without any emotion. You have been hiding in the dark for too long. You can only see the bright world. But you don't know that in a darker place behind you, someone has been watching you. I have been watching you for more than a year. It is no wonder that you have today's outcome. More than a year. Uncle Finger put away his maniacal attitude and said in disbelief. Hejien is in chaos. The rebels either went to the King's Landing or went to the valley that was not affected by the war. The Eyrie has taken in many servants from Hejien in the past year, right? 7-string Tom, who sings and plays the piano for you, is my spy. The kitchen helpers, the washerwoman in the laundry, the servant in the stables, and even your bodyguards are all my men. It is no harder for me to kill you than to kill a dog, Lady Stoneheart said. If that is the case, why don't you kill me? Instead, you watch me fuck your daughter every day. She is pregnant because of me. Are you planning to use her to make up for what you owe me? Little Finger laughed. Uncle Finger was not an ordinary person. Knowing that he was going to die, he completely let go. Lady Stoneheart stared at him and said, I don't owe you anything. I didn't kill you because I heard that you planned to marry Sansa and Aegon. I am very satisfied with this marriage. Also, Sansa is not pregnant. She is lying to you. How can she not be pregnant? So many times. The smile on Uncle Finger's face disappeared. You are a good teacher. You even taught her how to make moon tea. Why? Does she not love me at all? Uncle Finger's face twisted as he roared hysterically. Lady Stoneheart nodded and said, yes, that silly girl loved you. She was willing to learn from Cersei and give birth to a bastard child for the king. But she loved her mother and her family more. Stark and Tully's family cannot be tainted by your bastard child. I will not allow that bastard to haunt Sansa for the rest of her life like a nightmare. She deserves the best in the world. She should have a husband who loves her wholeheartedly and have children with her lover. She should not be burdened with guilt and live in fear for the rest of her life. Uncle Finger said sadly, is my bloodline that lowly? But who in the 7 kingdoms is smarter than me? I still fantasize that she can give birth to a beautiful and smart son. I will let you know when you die. Dany Rise has seen through all your thoughts and actions. Lady Stoneheart told him what happened in the cave that day. Even if it is only for Sansa's safety, I will not let her lie to the smart Dany Rise. Is that woman a devil? Uncle Finger muttered. Perhaps the onlooker sees more clearly, Lady Stoneheart said. But I did not do anything to her. Why did she expose me everywhere? Uncle Finger complained loudly. Chapter 646. Back then, when Robert wanted to eliminate Dany Rise and Pycelle suggested hiring a faceless one. I was the one who stopped him because the price was too high. If I had known this would happen, I would have paid the Iron Treasury on credit. It's not my money anyway. Uncle Finger was truly wronged. He had traversed the 7 kingdoms for decades and schemed against countless people, but he had never done anything to the Long family. He never had the chance. But that woman had a big mouth and lured this resurrected spirit to him. All right, it's getting late. You should be on your way. Saying this, Madame Stoneheart turned around and said to the tall woman guarding the door, Maya, leave this to me. You can go now. Yes, madam. Maya bowed and left the hall with her hammer. Maya Stone East was the illegitimate daughter of Robert and Ide when they were still foster children in Arran Valley. She only remembered her father's appearance and knew that she was an illegitimate daughter. Ugh, since her surname was Stone East, of course she was an illegitimate daughter. But she did not know that her father was the king. Other than her, everyone else knew. Due to her special identity, Maya's position in the valley was also special. If there were guests visiting the Eagle Nest, she would be the tour guide and lead them through the steep stone steps carved into the wall. Because of this, Maya had the chance to get to know Caitlin and build a good relationship with her. All the fresh food in the Eagle Nest was brought up from the valley by Maya's mule. Therefore, Uncle Finger was stuffed into a sack and placed on a mule like a big pumpkin. He passed through several checkpoints and did not attract the attention of the guards. Of course, the more important reason why Uncle Finger could be brought into the main hall of the Eagle Nest was that winter had arrived. Most of the servants in the Eagle Nest had moved to the Moongate Castle. Only a few old people were left in the castle at the top of the mountain to guard the treasury. There was not a single person in the main hall of the castle. No one could hear him even if he screamed himself hoarse. Uncle Finger guessed that he would be thrown down the moon gate by the spirit in front of him. He said angrily, "It's fine if you let Maya kill me. Why do you have to do it yourself and use such a cruel method? No matter what I've done, my love for you is so deep and true. Is your heart made of stone? Don't you feel anything?" Madame Sher-Exian's lips curled into a mocking smile. She took off her cloak and said, "Your love for me is so deep and true. You even told everyone you met that you stole my virginity. Today, I will repay your love and make your dreams come true." Uncle Finger, who was yelling in anger, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He widened his eyes and looked at Caitlin, whose clothes were disappearing. He said in fear, What are you doing?" After taking off his clothes, there was no enchanting woman in the hall, but instead, there was a monster. His skin was as pale as frozen milk, without a trace of the luster of a living person. Half of his once thick red hair had fallen off, and the few strands of hair that remained were as dry as grass, grayish-white like the bones of a dead person. Although she had been resurrected, the wounds on her body had not healed. It was like biting off an apple. The remaining wounds would not grow back, leaving only dried blood clots. Even the green fascia and white bones under the muscles could be seen. She had been soaked in the river for a few days, and her body was full of holes from fish and prawns. She was like a mandrill in human skin, but that skin was peeled off from a rotting female corpse that had been dead for many days. Uncle Finger was so scared that he almost fainted. He shouted, "No, Caitlin, you are not such a person. Don't." Madame Sher-Exian did not let him have his way. She even held an oil lamp and showed her beautiful body to Uncle Finger. Uncle Finger supported himself with one hand and retreated with all his might. Madame Sher-Exian made a sound as if she was laughing. She followed him easily. "Caitlin, don't be rash. Think of Ide, think of Sansa. You are the noble young lady of Riverrun, the elegant Duchess of Winterfell." Uncle Finger was completely flustered. He tried to provoke her with words as he moved toward the moon gate. The area spanned across two mountains, so the main castle in the center was suspended a few hundred meters in the air. The builders of the castle had even chiseled through the center of the hall to build a door, which was the moon gate. Jumping down the moon gate was like jumping off a cliff that was a few hundred meters high. Uncle Finger would rather kill himself. However, Madame Sher-Exian had left her kindness and tolerance to Lalo. She could even kill an innocent person, let alone an enemy who had destroyed her family. She lifted his broken knee and dragged him back while Uncle Finger screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Then, she tore off his clothes and blanket. Ignoring his fierce struggle and pleas, she fed him a bottle of low-quality aphrodisiac concocted by the forest witches. After a while, she sat down on him. "Oh, no," Uncle Finger cried like a cuckoo or an old ape. He could only accept it helplessly. He closed his eyes and cried bitterly. The heat below could not warm Madame Xerxian's heart. She looked coldly at his pained face and said, "Isn't this what you want? You are Ide's wife, don't be like this." Uncle Finger broke down completely as he was pinned down by a demon who had crawled out from hell. He cried like a child. "Ide, Ide, Ide." Madame Xerxian's dry eyes could not shed any tears, only dark red blood oozing out. She laughed in despair and said, "Open your eyes and look at me. How can I meet Ide with this demonic appearance? My Ide, ha ha ha, he is enjoying the glory and honey wine in the heaven of the gods, but I can't even go to the 7 levels of hell. The 7 levels of hell belong to the 7 gods, but I have to go to the hell of an alien god that I have never believed in. It's all your fault." Madame Xerxian moved with all her might. Uncle Finger felt like he had fallen into a swamp made of worms and poisonous snakes. It was cold, sticky, and rotten. His body sank uncontrollably until it was above his head. Countless long worms burrowed into his skin through his pores, into his muscles, into his soul. He lay on the ground like a dead man, staring at the ceiling with his dull eyes. He muttered, "The scholars are right. We mortals need a real world without magic, megalosaurus, and gods." Seeing him like this, Madame Xerxian laughed strangely. She was happy after getting her revenge. But it was like a bottomless pit had opened in her heart. No matter what kind of happy feelings were poured into it, they would immediately flow into the hole and flow to an unknown place. Instead, it was hatred, resentment, jealousy, and other negative emotions that stayed in her heart and filled it to the brim. She could never be happy. Every second of her time in the human world was torture. Sigh, I should go back to hell. Sansa, goodbye. Rickon, I'm sorry. Bran, where are you? Arya, where are you? Madame Xerxian bent down and hugged Uncle Finger tightly. Their bodies rolled, and the two of them rolled into the moon gate together. The cold wind howled, and the moonlight was bleak. The two entangled bodies were smashed into a pile of meat paste. The mountain peak was tall and seemed to hold up the crescent moon in the sky. On the west side, Alicia's tear was like the Milky Way. It poured down from the peak of the mountain, creating a cold river that ran through the valley plains. The waterfall rumbled, and the surface of the water shimmered. The moonlight shone like a silver ribbon that fell from the sky. Not far from the river, on a barren hill made up of rugged rocks and black soil that was dotted with snow, a few people squatted and chatted under a limestone rock that had been ravaged by the cold wind. Perhaps, you still have a mission that you have yet to complete. Mir, Soros said in a low voice as he tightened his fur. Light King, what do you want me to do? Madame Xerxian's dull eyes looked at the crescent moon that was like a blade in the sky and asked coldly. She was dead. She was resurrected. The Brotherhood without flags had long known of her plan. They also knew that she wanted to die. After they helped her kidnap Uncle Finger, they waited at the foot of the mountain for her to fall from the peak. Actually, Madame Xerxian's predecessor, the Lightning King, had always wanted to die. He had died 7 or 8 times and was resurrected 7 or 8 times. But every time he was resurrected, he would lose some of his beautiful memories. The more he was resurrected, the more painful it was. He couldn't take it anymore. After he found Caitlyn's body, he gave her his kiss of life. He finally died, and she replaced him in this world. At first, she was glad that she had the chance to take revenge. But now, the mission of revenge was entrusted to her children. She longed for eternal sleep, but she couldn't do it. The red-robed monk and Meyer pieced her body together. When they held a farewell ceremony, she was resurrected. Soros wasn't sure if he could resurrect her. It all depended on Lalo. Lalo didn't want her to die. You are alive to fulfill the mission that the Light King gave you, the red-robed monk comforted the Holy Son. Madame Xian was the Holy Son of the Red God Church. My uncle also has a mission. Can you resurrect him? Jamie with messy hair asked. The kidnapping of Uncle Finger was done under his guidance. The captain of the King's Guard was actually a bandit here, he died too long ago. Plus, his body is in Baylor Cathedral. Soros shook his head. The Holy Mother is so biased. Why did she resurrect that bastard Big Sparrow instead of my uncle? He was one of the few good people in our family. Jamie curled his lips. He scolded the Holy Mother, but no one scolded him because they were all believers of the Red God. Let's go. It's almost dawn, Lemon said. Everyone got up and was about to leave and Madame Xian suddenly saw ahead. There was a hole, and white brain matter flowed out of the hole onto Uncle Finger's handsome face that had died with his eyes wide open. Resurrect him. This. Soros was troubled. He is different from you. You are like a piece of wood that broke into pieces after falling. He is like a pile of cow dung. His rotten flesh is everywhere. You can't make a whole person. Madame Xian looked around and pointed at the dogs pulling the sleigh. The head is intact. Can you put it on the dogs? I'm afraid not. Soros' face was pale as he hesitated. They sewed my son's head on the Demon Mountain's neck. Is the great King of Light inferior to a scholar? Madame Xian's voice was like a hurricane from the ice purgatory. I'll try, the red-robed monk said helplessly. Jamie shuddered and said with a trembling voice, why do you have to do this? You've already killed him. Madame Xian said coldly, I need a companion on the way to hell. Why don't you accompany me? Jamie did not say anything and quickly went forward to untie the sled dog. I want a bitch. Madame Xian said again. Jamie's body stiffened and he moved even faster. Lemon cut off the dog's head. Jamie hugged Uncle Finger and pressed his head against the dog's neck. The blood quickly solidified in the cold night and the head stuck to the neck. The night is dark, everywhere is dangerous. The day is bright, full of prosperity, Soros finished chanting, but the corpse was still a corpse. No, the red-robed monk said helplessly. I'll do it. Madame Xian took a step forward and said with a hoarse voice, the night is long. I need a companion. Holy Lord of Light, please help me. Soros' face twisted. How dare you distort the King of Light's teachings? Is this heaven? The dog's paw twitched a few times. Uncle Finger opened his eyes and said blankly, why is heaven so cold? Soros, Jamie put away his frightened expression and shouted at Uncle Finger, you dog, you started the civil war of the 7 countries and murdered my son. You still want to go to heaven? Woof, who are you? Suddenly, Uncle Finger looked down and saw his current appearance. He howled, ow, no, Mother of Mercy, I fell into the 7 levels of hell and became a dog demon. Chapter 647. Littlefinger is dead? Tyrion was confused. Aegon saw that his shocked and confused expression did not seem fake. He frowned and said, you really didn't do it? Then who did it? Tyrion came back to his senses. He raised the chain in his hand and said, untie me. I just came back from the old town. Princess Elaine has been with me all this time. Aegon glanced at his cousin. Seeing her nod, he said, wear it first. The vassals of the valley are furious. They are all shouting that they want to put you on trial. Soon, the dwarf Elaine and Aegon flew to the valley and landed at the Moon Gate Castle's drill ground. Just like a few days ago, the main castle was packed with nobles and knights. The former venue of the wedding banquet was now the trial hall. Because of the special relationship between the dwarf and Aegon, King Aegon wanted to avoid suspicion. The judges were Queen Sansa, Bronze Yohn, and a few other vassals of the valley. The midget entered the hall and observed his surroundings. He was surprised to see that among the people in the valley, there were many who were laughing and chatting, followed by those who had solemn expressions. There were even fewer people who were glaring at him angrily, and there were 0 people who were heartbroken. Oh, no, there was still one person who was mourning for Uncle Finger's death. Queen Sansa was dressed in plain clothes that hugged her graceful waist. Her pink cheeks were filled with grief. Her eyes were red and swollen like pink peaches. Her hazy blue eyes were filled with tears. She looked like a little white flower swaying in the spring rain. She really looked like a young widow. Oh, no, she had lost her father, not her husband. For some reason, second brother, who had been working tirelessly for 2 days and 2 nights, looked up at this moment. The dwarf quickly looked away from the queen's full breasts and bowed. Tell me first, why do you think I killed Littlefinger? He was calm and took the initiative. In the past few years, he had been put on trial twice. Catelyn had captured him, and Lisa had tried him for sending assassins to kill Bran at the Eyrie. At King's Landing, Cersei and Tywin had tried him for murdering Emperor Joffrey. Both trials were extremely unpleasant. The judges were all crazy women who wanted to put him to death. In the end, the trial changed from a civil trial to a martial trial, a trial by martial arts. This time, even if Sansa went crazy, he was not afraid. First of all, on the way here, he had already figured out Aegon's attitude towards Uncle Finger's death. We all know what kind of person he is, so we won't have to worry about his death. Secondly, he had witnesses. No one could ignore the testimony of the Dornish princess. Bronze John glanced at Sansa. After seeing her nod, he said, "First, you have a motive. King Joffrey seems to have been the one who framed you. And on the night of King Aegon's wedding, you had a conflict with Duke Baelish. You beat him up, and before you left, you told him to fly once. In fact, Duke Baelish fell from the Moon Gate and flew once." Ha! Tyrion shook his head and chuckled. "When I said fly, I wasn't talking about the Moon Gate. Throwing from the Moon Gate wasn't enough to vent my anger. I have a pterodactyl. I can lift that bastard up a few thousand meters and throw him down onto my sister's balcony. Her beautiful face will be covered in Littlefinger's filth. That will be the real pleasure." The hall burst into an uproar. Some people roared with laughter, while others cursed. Bronze John did not comment and continued, "Duke Baelish's guard was killed by a crossbow, and we all know that you are an expert in infiltration and assassination with a crossbow. In terms of using a crossbow, my talent is indeed dazzling and cannot be hidden. How many allied dragoons have died under my Tyrion pterodactyl crossbow? For this, the Queen even rewarded me with tens of thousands of gold royals for the invention patent. Even King Aegon said that it was good when he used it. Cough cough, so you admit it?" Jon glanced at the embarrassed King Aegon and felt a little awkward. "Admit what? I haven't been in the valley for the past few days. Princess Elaine can testify for me." The dwarf pointed at Princess Dornan and said. Under everyone's gaze, Elaine looked hesitant. "Your Highness?" Tyrion asked nervously. "You can't drop the ball at a time like this." Elaine glared at him, and her expression became even more conflicted. "Why are you hesitating?" the dwarf shouted. Just as he shouted, he suddenly realized that Elaine was the heir of Dornan, the unmarried, virgin, princess. If she announced that she had a threesome with the dwarf in front of everyone, it was true that the people of Dornan liked to fool around, but they also believed in the 7 gods. They could fool around without being afraid of others saying anything. However, it was a little insulting to admit that they were fooling around in front of so many nobles. Thinking of this, the dwarf immediately shouted, "Elaine, tell us. Let's go to the old town to find Rosie, the real Rosie in Rosie's dream." On the sunny beach of Green Pavilion Island, the three of us had a perfect 2 days and 2 nights. Tell them. Rosie? 7 gods above. Rosie, it's so convenient to have a dragon. I've always wanted to, sigh, not to mention Rosie, even Princess Elaine is a top-notch beauty. She actually had a threesome with such an ugly and deformed little devil monkey. Holy Father, why is this world so unfair? What's unfair about it? The dwarf has a pterodactyl. Just like on normal days, no matter how ugly or old we nobles are, we are still more loved by women than the handsome commoners. A pterodactyl knight is obviously of a higher level than us ordinary knights. Sigh. I also want to become a pterodactyl knight. Harry thought in his heart. I'm thinking, isn't it impossible for a dwarf? How is he going to deal with 2 women, even though they are more stimulating to any man than an aphrodisiac? Sigh, you don't understand. The Dornish people are very. You know. It must be Princess Elaine and Rosie. Then the dwarf rubbed his penis and cheered them on. I see. The hall seemed to have exploded. The knights and nobles were all excited. They didn't care where they were and discussed loudly. Hearing everyone's words, Elaine's face turned pale and then red. She glared at the dwarf who was looking at her guiltily. Then, she shrunk her neck and lowered her head in shame. Silence, silence. Bronze John shouted with all his might. There was no table or hammer. After a while, the hall changed from a noisy market to a quiet library. John said angrily, everyone here is a noble gentleman. Why are you talking like a street bumpkin? King Aegon and Queen Sansa are still here. Everyone lowered their heads and humbly listened to him. Bronze John nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the dwarf and said, Tyrion, tell us the details of what happened in the past 2 days. Everyone, John, you old bastard. Why don't I use Tessa to carry you to the old town and you try it yourself? Tyrion cursed. Old John wanted to nod and agree. All right, hurry up and untie me. Tyrion raised the shackles on his hands and said impatiently, this is a farce. Who doesn't know who you are? When Jon Arryn died, you didn't do anything. It was just Pinky. How many people were cheering in their hearts? Ask yourselves honestly, do any of you care about his life or death? Who wants to take revenge for a little upstart from the Five-Finger Peninsula? Tyrion, you are insulting the nobles of the valley. Bronze John shouted angrily. Jon, are you Pinky's vassal? Tyrion mocked. Bronze John's face flushed red and he snorted, at least he is the protector of the valley. Of course, Jon was not Pinky's vassal. No one here was Uncle Finger's vassal. Robert Arryn was still alive. He was the Duke of the Valley. If the nobles of the valley admitted that they were Uncle Finger's vassal, it meant that they had betrayed Duke Robert. Those who could take revenge for Uncle Finger were either his vassals or his relatives and friends. Unfortunately, Uncle Finger did not have any. This was the so-called foundation of the nobles. This was also the reason why everyone had always looked down on Uncle Finger. Without Little Finger, everything he had built up would be destroyed in an instant. And in this world, it was not difficult to make a normal person disappear. Just like Uncle Finger, he was kidnapped by a group of bandits. But if you killed Tywin, Kevin, and Lannister, you would still be a giant. Tyrion, Duke Baelish is my godfather. You insulting him is the same as insulting me. Sansa rebuked angrily. Tears poured out of her eyes, but she forced herself to maintain the dignity of a queen and did not cry out loud. The nobles felt pity and respect for her. Even the dwarf was stunned. He thought that the best goddaughter of the 7 kingdoms was really devastated by the death of the best godfather of the 7 kingdoms. He glared at Aegon. What are you doing? You have been married for a few days and you still haven't let her see Pinky's true colors? Aegon shrugged helplessly. Sigh, my cute little wife. She is very smart and believed my words, but she is too kind and benevolent. She only remembers the kindness of others and forgets their evil. What, Pinky is dead? Are you sure? Dragon Queen was shocked when she received the news. I am 100% sure. The people of the valley found Pinky's corpse at the foot of the mountain. It was a horrible sight. It was a pile of rotten meat. Even his head was taken away by a wild wolf. But from the protector of the valley ring on his severed finger, we can tell that it was Pinky. Oh right, his clothes and the mimic bird badge are still there. Marvin said. Who is the murderer? Danny asked again. We suspected it was Tyrion, but... Marvin's eyes wandered as he told her about Tyrion and the other two. Now that the people of the Seven Kingdoms know, Prince Dowlang will be furious. Danny's mouth twitched. Then, she remembered that she was also partly responsible for this. That Rosie, she was also a pretentious little bitch like Sansa. Other than Sansa, Pinky was not liked by anyone else. After many investigations to no avail, Tyrion suggested that his death be blamed on Cersei, Marvin said. That's really, Your Majesty, there is something you need to pay attention to. Marvin's expression turned serious as he reminded her, I realized that Sansa Stark is not simple. Not long after Pinky's death, she became the new protector of the valley and Robert Arryn's guardian under Bronn Yohn's suggestion. Also, she is far more popular than Pinky. The valley is almost under her control. Perhaps. A person flashed across Danny's mind, Madame Stoneheart. Because her loyalty to Catelyn had been transferred to Sansa, Brittany was willing to be the captain of Aegon's Kingsguard. Brittany was the bridge between Sansa and Lady Stoneheart. I see. Danny suddenly understood everything. Lady Stoneheart's heart was as cold as stone, but her brain was still there. The marriage with Aegon, the alliance between wolves and dragons, was the best choice for Sansa and Stark. Also, Prince Aegon's goal has changed, Marvin added. Chapter 648. In the plan that Aegon and Tyrion agreed upon, after the marriage, the Knights of the Valley would immediately head south to King's Landing and help Aegon obtain the Iron Throne. After that, they would command the world and sweep through the factions that refused to submit to them, finally taking down the entire Seven Kingdoms. Uncle Finger had no reason to reject this plan, but after Uncle Finger's death, Sansa would ascend to the throne. As the Queen, the protector of the valley and the Queen of the Northern Territory, she would have a huge say. Moreover, Aegon was still young. He was not an experienced and decisive king who had been on the throne for many years. He would be easily swayed by pillow talk. Sansa wanted revenge. The valley and the River Jian lands were neighbors. After leaving the Moon Mountain Range and walking north along the King's Road for 1,000 kilometers, they would reach the Fry family's River Delta city. Her grandfather's Rapid Flow city could be put aside for now, but she would not let Walder Fry, who killed her brother and mother and massacred many nobles in the Northern Territory, go. I do not deny that I want revenge, but what's wrong with vassals avenging the Queen? Queen Sansa said confidently. No one could refute her. That was because Aegon was the king. They were his vassals and the Queen's vassals. They should fight for her glory and avenge her. Moreover, the Fry family is a famous nouveau riche in the Seven Kingdoms. They have the most abundant food and wealth in the River Jian lands. We have 3 dragons. We do not need to mobilize our entire army. We only need a light cavalry of 2,000 men. We will definitely win in half a month. Even Tyrion was convinced by this reason. Sigh, Aegon actually found such a clever wife. Aunt Dany sighed. Your Majesty, Sansa Stark is not a kind person, Marwyn said worriedly. This is a good thing. With a good wife, the husband will be safe. Sansa will let Aegon truly gain a foothold in the Westeros, the Dragon Queen said in relief. Aunt Danny truly hoped that Nephew Gu would be able to resist plots. Erlu, the child of prophecy, Circe, Yuluan, assassins and schemes, and even the other ghosts and three-eyed crows outside the Great Wall. There were still many trials waiting for him. With Nephew Gu at the front, not only would she be able to relax, but the stable boy Simba would also be able to grow up peacefully. We're here, Maong City. Dragon Queen pulled on the reins, and the little silver horse began to accelerate rhythmically. Ding ding dang dang dang. Dozens of bells behind her head played a triumphant tune. This was the Dothraki Sea, home of the centaurs. Looking around, the vast and empty plains were like a carpet, spreading out in all directions. It was flat and vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were no hills or mountains, no trees, no cities, and no standard roads. There was only an endless grassland. The wind blew and the clouds surged, and the slender grass that was half a man's height swayed like waves. The Dothraki Sea lived up to its name. It was indeed a vast ocean, an ocean of grass. Harana grass was the main grass species on the grassland. During the rainy season, summer, it was green and glistening. The grassland was truly like a green ocean, undulating with waves. When it was close to the dry season, autumn, the Harana grass would begin to bloom. The small red flowers would dye the grassland into a surging sea of blood. When the dry season came, winter, the flowers would fall and the seeds would sprout. The entire world would turn into a thick bronze color. Dragon Queen was currently leading 500 cars, wandering in the dark green and ancient yellow ocean. Other than the Harana grass, there were small lemon-yellow flowers, large-leafed grass that was as dark as indigo, blue and orange grass. She even saw grass with rainbow-colored spots. This was an ocean of grass. The centaurs were like fish, and the Khalasars were like schools of fish. They lived in the Dothraki Sea. Finally, we're back. Ago gazed at the tall V's Dothraki horse gate in the distance, and let out a long and deep sigh. This time, we will conquer this place. Ricardo patted the steel scimitar at his waist and announced loudly. Xiao Gu was stupefied and didn't say a word. We have to hurry. The Battle of Meereen is the main event. Don't waste too much time in Horse King City, Kuei Luo said solemnly. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Danny on Little Silver's horse smiled faintly. As the Alliance army gradually approached Meereen, she finally decided to make a move against the centaurs. She wanted to unify the Dothraki Sea and be crowned the Heavenly Khan of the Great Plains. 500 elite horsemen stepped onto the main road, which was covered in broken grass and brown soil. They slowed down as they approached the horse gate. Horse King City's full name was V's Dothraki. Although it was called a city, it was actually a long-term settlement near a mountain range and a lake. The grassland settlement had no city walls, no castles, and no tall towers. But it did have a very peculiar city gate. Although Horse King City had no city walls and was ventilated on all sides, the centaurs had formed a rule that everyone knew. Anyone who entered or left Horse King City had to go through the horse gate. The horse gate was made up of two huge bronze steeds standing on their hind legs and leaping high into the air. This was the action that would appear in any movie, TV show, or picture that involved steeds. The two horses raised their two front hooves, and their hooves met in the air more than 30 meters above the road, forming a pointed arc standing in front of the horse gate. For Rael, Danny actually experienced a peculiar sense of beauty. Standing in front of the horse gate in particular, looking out at the endless rows of yurts in the distance and the purple goddess mountain in the distance, the horse gate was like adding a frame to a grassland landscape painting. Dragon Queen is here. The number one Kali of the Sea of Grass has come to Horse King City. Danny Lilith has brought Khalasar back to Horse King City. Before Dragon Queen had even stepped through the horse gate, the passers-by on the roadside had already recognized her. Their cries of surprise were like a string of firecrackers going off into the distance. Horse King City was not closed off, on the contrary, it was very tolerant of foreign merchants. The centaurs would wantonly attack the cities, towns, villages of other races, plunder their wealth, and kill the people in the cities. But in the Sea of Grass, as long as it was a merchant group heading to Horse King City to do business, the centaurs would never provoke them. Merchant groups from the Barren Land, Yasya, Shadowlands, and the Jade Sea all gathered here to buy and sell goods. There were also many merchants who brought specialties from the Western world. They came from Kal, Pentos, Slave Bay, Volantis, and other city-states. There were even many Westerners. Miraculously, the centaurs, who had no concept of finance, had actually turned Horse King City into the center of trade between the East and the West. It was the quills of the land. One of the most important reasons was that Horse King City was very safe, but there were no taxes. Yes, the centaurs only accepted gifts, and did not have jobs like tax officers or customs. There were many people who came here to do business, especially after Danny sealed off the sea trade. On the dirt road from the Horse Gate to the center of the city, there were caravans driving carriages and camels, causing Danny and the rest to slow down. But the dense ringing of bells from Dragon Queen's braids was much more effective than the sirens on the streets. It was like a tiger clearing the streets. Merchants from all over the world, regardless of whether they knew who the Dragon Queen was, but since they came to Horse King City to do business, they had to understand one thing: the longer the braids, the more bells on them, the louder they were, and the more they were not to be trifled with. Danny's thick silver hair was braided into dozens of braids that reached her chest. They were not too long, but there were too many bells on them. Gold, silver, copper, and iron, they were colorful and shiny, dazzling people's eyes. "Oh my God, why does she have so many bells? Are they fake?" A man wearing a tiger skin vest exclaimed. "You came from the deep mountains, right? You don't even know her." A female warrior beside him said with disdain. Her cheeks were inlaid with red jade, and her breasts with gems were exposed. She was a warrior from the city-state of Kalen. "I come from the skeletal mountains in the east, why?" "You are indeed a barbarian from the mountains." The red jade female warrior sighed with an expression full of superiority, and began to tell him about the Dragon Queen's great achievements. According to the standard of a normal centaur, killing a famous person will give you a bell. Her bells are probably enough to fit a carriage. In the end, the red jade female warrior concluded. "Hiss, that's terrifying." Under the respectful gazes of the merchants and centaurs, Danny rode her little silver horse through the Horse Gate first, with the Blood Alliance guards and Kue Luo following closely behind. After that, there were 500 roaring warriors wearing Dothraki vests of the same color and emblem. All of them were strong and had arrogant expressions. Behind the Horse Gate was not a bazaar or a yurt, but a long avenue of the gods. The so-called Avenue of the Gods was a road full of ruts and withered grass. On both sides of the road were statues of gods and heroes that the centaurs had plundered from various city-states. There were statues of gods that had been worshipped by the declining cities but had long been forgotten, as well as stone statues of kings sitting on thrones. There were also all kinds of monsters from the Shadowlands: black iron dragons with jeweled eyes, griffins with ferocious roars, scorpion-tailed beasts with lion bodies and scorpion-tailed beasts with raised tails. There were even devil statues that were deformed and terrifying, yet extremely lifelike, causing the timid to be intimidated by them. Most of the statues were made of stone and metal. The faces of the people had been battered by wind and rain for thousands of years, and had long become broken and blurry, making it impossible to identify their origins. Where's my steel statue? It was still there the last time I saw it. Danny suddenly asked in surprise. Go ask Dosh Kaling. It's very likely that the news spread and it was dragged away. Kue Luo looked around and comforted her, but don't worry, it's always the centaurs who rob others. It should still be hiding somewhere in Horse King City. Speaking of Dosh Kaling, Dashkaling came. Before entering the bazaar, a large group of people walked along the avenue of the gods to welcome them. They were Dashkaling, the overseers of Horse King City. Some of them were as old as rotten wood and carried long carved crutches. Every step they took seemed to be the last of their lives as they struggled and trembled. There were also tall and strong middle-aged women who strode forward with their heads held high and without the slightest hint of timidity, as if they were all female calls. There were also young women in their teens and 20s who looked curiously and enviously at the Dragon Queen who was on Little Silver's horse and smiling faintly. There were 45 Dashkaling in total, followed by several times as many eunuchs and slaves. They had all been Khaleesi at one time. When their husbands died and the new Khal elected a new Khaleesi, they would be sent here to be in charge of the vast Dothraki Sea. After the Khal died, his wives wouldn't be tainted by any centaurs, and would stay in Horse King City as wise men. Whenever the Khals of the grasslands wanted to make an important decision, they would come to Horse King City to ask for the Dashkaling's advice and ask them to divine good or bad fortune. Apart from the fact that they couldn't leave Horse King City, the Dashkaling still had a lot of status and power. "Dany Liz, have you come back to join us?" The oldest of the old women shouted sternly as she stepped forward. "No, I've come back to rule over you." Chapter 649. Rule us? It was a hunchbacked, emaciated old centaur with only a single black eye left. Khal were all centaurs, but Khaleesi came from all over the world. Blonde hair, blue eyes, silver hair, purple eyes, red hair, brown eyes, green hair. There were even a few black girls. But the leader of the Dashkalan was an old centaur woman. "It's not impossible. You have the right to replace me and become the leader of the Dashkalan." The one-eyed old woman thought for a moment and nodded. "No, you've misunderstood. I'm not a Dashkalan. I don't just want to rule you." Dany waved her hand and looked at the people around her. She said loudly, "I want to rule everyone. Everyone within sight and beyond will kneel before me." "You, how dare you?" the old women shouted angrily. The one-eyed old woman looked at Dany with her dark eyes and said sternly, "You're not a Khal, you're not a man. How dare you dream of becoming a steed that rides the world? I'm Khaleesi. I have 20,000 roaring warriors under me. I'm stronger than any man. Why can't I become a steed that rides the world?" Dany said calmly. "You're not the one in the prophecy. You're not even a centaur." The one-eyed old woman said loudly. "I'm not a centaur. But ever since I married Khal Drogo, I have the same rights as a centaur. Just like them." Dany pointed at the people in front of her. They were all Dashkalan of other races. They weren't originally centaurs. But after they married the Khal, they became Dashkalan like you. The one-eyed old woman was speechless. She was stunned for a while before saying, "No woman has ever been a Khal. There's a first time for everything. Don't the zebra people next door have a female Jaha, equivalent to Khal? Also, the zebra people's first Jahada, Khal of Khal who rides the world's steed, Zanya was a female warrior." Dany said. Unfortunately, she was playing the lute to a cow this time. The one-eyed old woman might be very intelligent and had experienced many things and people. She even had some understanding of the zebra people next to the Bone Mountain, but she had never heard of Zanya. Seeing the old woman's doubtful expression, Dany understood that the old woman probably did not know about the zebra heroes from thousands of years ago. Sighing, she turned around and looked at her roaring warriors, asking loudly, "Are all of you truly loyal to a female Khal?" Kue Luo was the first to draw his scimitar. "Long live Khaleesi! Long live Cow of Cow!" The lackeys behind him immediately knew how to answer. He also raised his scimitar high into the sky and shouted, "Long live Khaleesi, long live the Khal of Khal!" Their voices were uniform, and the sound waves overflowed into the heavens. The group of old women were shocked, and then they retreated a few steps. Danny rise equals the first female call. It had become a fact that everyone knew. As long as Danny's Khalasar sincerely recognized her identity as a Khal, the Khalasar on the prairie would also recognize her. Does it sound ridiculous? Just think about the formation process of the Khalasar and you'll understand. The Khalasar were not a race, and their boundaries were very blurry. Different Khalasars could seamlessly merge and expand infinitely. Do you know what you're facing? The one-eyed old woman said eerily. Of course. All Khals will challenge me. I can't refuse. Danny nodded. Tonight, at the foot of the Mother of Mountains, we will seek enlightenment from the gods. Whether there will be a steed that rides the world, we'll know tonight, the one-eyed old woman said. No matter what major matter the centaurs wanted to do, they would always go to the Mother of Mountains to seek divination. This was their tradition. Danny nodded, watching as Dosi Kalen left, surrounded by eunuchs and slaves. Let's go and find a place to set up camp. She waved her hand and urged her horse forward. Calixi, let's go to Khal Drogo's palace. That's your inheritance, Ricaro called out. All right. After walking along the Avenue of the Gods for 4 to 5 kilometers, the statues on the roadside gradually decreased. Then, an extremely exaggerated market appeared before their eyes. The layout of Horse King City was extremely simple. There was only one main road, the Avenue of the Gods. It started from the Horse Gate and went north all the way to the foot of the Mother of Mountains. The Avenue of the Gods was divided into 3 sections, front, middle, and back. The 2 sides of the front section were piled with statues that the centaurs had robbed. The middle section was the market, and the left and right sides were the market in the west and east respectively. The back section was where Dosi Kalen lived. The market in the west was occupied by merchants from the free trade city-states. It was a huge square, surrounded by mud brick huts and livestock pens. In the middle of the square were many vendors and rugged aisles. The market in the east was similar. Merchants from Asha, the Barren Lands, and the Shadow Lands traded there. Although centaurs were primitive, in Horse King City, everything from the east and the west could be bought. For example, Dorn's wine and Slaver's Bay's dragon paper. The wide streets were paved with withered wild grass and brown soil. Wild flowers grew freely here and there. Danny rode through the market in the west of the city, looking for Drogo's yurt. Perhaps the land in Horse King City was not worth much, but the buildings were very spacious. The total area was roughly 5 times the size of Myrene. It was said that Horse King City could accommodate all the centaurs in the Dothraki Sea. Well, it could only accommodate them, but it could not support them. After circling around a few streets, Danny stopped and said awkwardly, I don't remember the way. Do any of you remember? Because of their special status and because of the previous declaration, many vendors, slaves, and centaurs looked at them curiously along the way. There were also bare-bottomed centaur children chasing around Danny's silver pony, making her very uncomfortable. I'll lead the way. A few centaurs said in unison. In the end, Ag rode forward and led the group forward. The buildings in Horse King City were too strange. There were carved stone tents, grass-woven palaces as big as the castles of Westeros lords, 2-story wooden buildings, and palaces that were simply surrounded by thorny fences. Danny even saw a few miniature pyramids made of marble. There were too many styles, too strange. Many of them were new and had no urban planning at all. But the centaurs could not be blamed. They did not study architecture at all. All the buildings were built by slaves. Today, they captured a Gith and built a pyramid. Tomorrow, they captured a Loiner and built a castle. The day after tomorrow, we're here. Ag stopped in front of a deep wooden hall. Danny really found its shadow in the original owner's memories. Logs as thick as her waist were nailed to the ground side by side, forming a 12-meter tall wooden wall. It was only 10 meters wide, but more than 50 meters deep. It could accommodate a few hundred people at the same time. The roof was a canvas curtain, just like a small convertible car. It could be hung up to block the wind and rain, and could also be opened to welcome the sun and morning dew. Around the hall, there were hundreds of round houses. It was like a shack dug out from a grave. There were even weeds and wild flowers growing on the grave. Someone has taken over the Call's palace. Ag walked into the hall and found a centaur to ask. He then pointed at the dragon queen on the little silver horse and said a few words to the centaur. Not long after, a 30-year-old Call called Dako personally came to explain to Danny. He was a Call who had risen in recent years. He gave 10 boxes of gold medals to the Dash Kalin to get the palace. When the Call died, his Khalasar was divided. His palace in Horse King City was taken over by the Dash Kalin, and the Dash Kalin would distribute it to the Calls who needed it. If Danny had obediently returned to Horse King City back then and joined the old Dash Kalin, she would have received a large portion of the demolition fee. I know you, Drogo's Kali Shi, Slave Bay's Dragon Queen. Khal Dako looked at Danny with a serious expression and said, You don't have many people, so I can invite you to my palace to rest. But if you want me to move, you have to get the Dash Kalin to give me a new palace. Alright, give me a place. Danny nodded and said. After all, the entire Horse King City would be hers in 2 days. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was so easy to talk to, Dako also let out a sigh of relief. He arranged for people to give Danny more than 20 tomb rooms. Then he invited Danny and her Blood Alliance guards to the wooden palace to drink. If 2 Khalasars met in the Sea of Grass, one of them would definitely fall if one of them didn't take the initiative to avoid the other. But in Horse King City, all the centaurs were blood brothers. They belonged to the same Khalasar and were of the same race, so there would be no conflict or vendetta. With the Megalosaurus in the sky and the shapeshifter's animal companions on the ground, she wasn't afraid that the centaurs would learn from the Westeros and lose their moral integrity. However, Danny didn't want to sit on a brick bed and drink with a centaur, so she declined and said, I still have to give the Dash Kalin some gifts later. Dako nodded and said, Your declaration at the entrance of the market has already spread, I also know about it. Danny's interest was piqued. She sent the centaur minion to set up camp while she and Dakota chatted in the shadows of the wooden hall. Do you think I'm qualified to become the steed that rides the world? She asked. Dako didn't directly answer this question. Instead, he said with a complicated expression, I thought you would never come to Horse King City again. Only centaurs would come back. I thought that even if you came back, you would ride a dragon and flaunt your prowess to the goddess mountain. I didn't expect you to follow the rules like all the other Calls. You rode a horse with a Khalasar and passed through the horse gate, taking the path of the gods. If you want to break the rules, you have to follow the rules first. I know the rules very well. Danny smiled faintly. Yes, you know the rules very well, so you have a chance to become the steed that rides the world. Those who don't follow the centaur's traditions, no matter how strong they are, will never be recognized by the centaurs. Only a chance. Danny raised her eyebrows. Dako raised his big fist and shook it. He smiled coldly and said, Actually, the biggest rule of the centaurs is this, you are the wife of a Khal. You didn't marry anyone else. You have owned and nurtured the purest Khalasar from the start. You follow the centaur's traditions, all of this can only give you the status of a centaur and the status of a Khal. In Horse King City, I will recognize you as my brother. Because of the number of bells in your braids, I will invite you to sit at the best table, drink the strongest horse milk wine, and eat the crispest roasted horse meat. Danny opened her mouth. She really wanted to say, Don't take advantage of me. How can a normal person be qualified to be called my brother? But if you want to become the Khal of Khals, you must defeat all Khals, their Blood Alliance guards, and their heirs without relying on any external power. You must not use any dragons, magic, witchcraft, or powerful steel weapons. Under completely fair conditions, you must defeat all Khals, their blood alliance guards, and heirs. Khal Dako shook his head and sighed. If you want the centaurs to be convinced, you must defeat us using the centaurs' methods. But you obviously can't do that. Hearing you say that, I have an idea. Dani raised her small white fist and shook it at the centaurs, saying, I don't lack this. Chapter 650. If one did not have any ambition for the centaurs, Calixi's identity would be worthless. But if one wanted to rule the centaurs, Dani Lisi Calixi's identity would be the first step to her ascension to the position of the Khan of Heaven. Don't think that ordinary centaurs could be casually chosen as the Khal's Calixi just because they did not marry. In reality, after the Khal married his wife, he would return to the Horse King's city and get a marriage certificate from the Doshi Karen. After getting the approval of the Doshi Karen, the Calixi would be the real Calixi. And Dani Lisi was the Calixi who was approved by all the Doshi Karen and was the most promising one. Especially when she had accomplished a feat that few centaurs could do, eating a wild horse's heart alive. The heart that had just been taken out of the wild horse's abdomen was still beating. It was full of strong muscles. She had to bite it with all her might until her cheeks hurt. Then, she had to chew it slowly before swallowing it. With every bite, her face would be covered in hot horse blood. That taste, Dani was rejoicing. Fortunately, all the hardships were eaten by her predecessor. Now, she had picked up a big bargain. When she brought the gift to the one-eyed old woman, she received her without any hesitation. Yes, Dani Lisi and the old woman were old acquaintances. Leg's prophecy and Drogo's decision to lead Khalasar across the narrow sea to attack the Westeros were all approved by the one-eyed old woman. This was an empty tent made of blue canvas. It was about 100 square meters. There was a huge fire burning in the center. There were 4 to 5 eunuchs busily working in it. Just as she opened the leather curtain, Dani smelled a strong, strange smell of blood and herbs. She raised her head and looked around. She saw various herbs placed on the boards nearby. There was myrrh, saffron, acaranthes, diospyros, sour grass leaves, mugwort and so on. Obviously, this old woman also held the position of true Mongolian doctor. The old woman used her one eye to size up Dani and her blood alliance guard's waist and back. She nodded and said, very good, you have taken off your weapon. Mother Goddess Mountain was the holy mountain, and Horse King City was the holy city. Under the Mother Goddess Mountain, Horse King City strictly prohibited metal weapons. After the newly returned Khal reached his palace, he would unload his weapons and give them to the slaves in the palace to store. Only then would he be able to move about in the city. Before Dani saw Dosi Kaling, she also followed this rule and left her sword and dagger in the camp. Ah, go, bring the gifts in. Dani smiled and turned to the Blood Alliance guard. Soon, the centaurs lined up and walked in with large wooden chests on their shoulders. Dani's 500 centaur roaring warriors set off first and headed straight for Horse King City. When they got close to Horse King City, she rode on a megalosaurus while her Blood Alliance rode on a pterosaur and chased after them. At the same time, the megalosaurus and the pterosaur were carrying gifts that weighed several tons. Kacha, the box opened, and the golden light and the bright red bonfire reflected each other. The one-eyed old woman remained calm and unmoved. After the centaur left, another centaur came in and placed down a wooden chest the size of a luggage bag. When it was opened, another wave of golden light shone out. Box after box. The entire curtain seemed to be draped in a layer of gold. The old woman was finally moved. Almost 10 boxes of gold, 500,000 gold royals. It was equivalent to half of the old woman's life savings. But this was not the end. Immediately, another centaur came in carrying 10 boxes of orbs, 10 boxes of different colored gems, 10 sets of jewelry made by famous masters, 10 colorful diamonds the size of egg yolks, 10 bundles of the finest silk, 10 thick dragon bones, pterosaur, 10 rolls of pterosaur skin the size of bedsheets, 10 jars of pterosaur medicine that could cure the Gray Plague, and 10 jars of fine wine from the world's top 10 wineries. A total of 100 centaurs came in with 100 gifts. They started to place the gifts in front of the bonfire in the old woman's tent and spread to more than 10 meters outside the tent. Every time the centaurs placed the gifts down, they would loudly announce the names and approximate value. The one-eyed old woman who thought she had seen the world was shocked and her mouth was wide open. The eunuchs and other dosi kaling who were alarmed also came out to watch the show. Every time a gift landed, the crowd would let out a series of exclamations. In terms of wealth, the Dragon Queen was definitely not as rich as the Iron Treasury. But in terms of extravagance, if she claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Other people were extravagant because they took out their money to show off. She was extravagant because she did not treat money as money. In fact, Dani never let go of any opportunity to use her money. For example, buying food to save the world, or bribing the old dosi kaling. Well, centaurs did not have the concept of bribery. They accepted gifts openly. Receiving gifts was a centaur tradition. In the end, the Dragon Queen even personally brought out a tin box the size of a tea box. There were a total of 10 boxes on a tray and they were all filled with cinchona bark. The one-eyed old woman was almost dizzy. She looked around at the other dosi kaling who had quietly gathered at the entrance and loudly said, "This is a divine medicine found in the island of immortals Calixi's blessing. It can drive away many kinds of demons, including the pale mare." After verification, Dani was surprised to find that perhaps it was because she grew up in Sosros, known as the home of plagues. The cinchona tree in this fantasy world had also started to become fantastical. It had a powerful effect on all plagues with symptoms of malaria. Wow! Is it true? It can even cure the pale mare. It shouldn't be wrong. She even took out Calixi's endurance to cure the Gray Plague before. The Gray Plague is said to be incurable. The Blood Plague can at least be endured. If it can cure the Gray Plague, it can definitely drive away the pale mare. Oh gods! Is she the medicine goddess? The appearance of Calixi's blessing almost made the crowd explode. Centaurs were actually not afraid of the Gray Plague. Because the symptoms of the Gray Plague were too obvious, they could run and leave the victims far away. But the Blood Plague was like an influenza. It was very difficult to detect and it followed them like a nightmare. Many times, if there were not a large number of deaths, it would be impossible to confirm that the pale mare had entered their tribe. The one-eyed old woman recovered from her daze. She first ordered the eunuch slaves to move all the boxes to her treasury, a private house next to the tombs. Then she waved her hand to drive away the onlookers who had gathered around. When everyone left, she sat back on the first seat by the bonfire and sighed, "If you have the ability, it's not impossible for you to become a steed that rides the world." Did she relent? The effect of giving gifts was so good. No wonder it was impossible to stop people from going through the back door. Even Tang Xuanzang had to give the purple gold alms bowl to Ananda when he went to the Western Paradise to obtain the Buddhist scriptures. Even Buddha was like that. What can mortals do? I have the ability. Dani immediately said. I have heard of your deeds at Slave Bay. To be able to go against the world, you do indeed have the ability. But to become a steed that rides the world, you need more than just the ability to command troops and govern a country. The old woman slowly said. Don't worry, I have the ability to fight a war, I also have the ability to govern a country. I don't lack the ability to fight against 100 people. Even my ability to earn money, have you seen it just now? It's my specialty. Dani said confidently. The one-eyed old woman's wrinkled face was a little distorted. If you are willing to make 2 solemn oaths to all centaurs, I will lead the Dashikal forest and issue a summon to all cars. What kind of oaths? Danny asked. First, according to the custom of the centaur cars, they will use swords to fight with blood and flesh. There will be no magic, dragons, or cowards' armor during the competition. No problem. Danny nodded and agreed. Are you sure? Otherwise, why would I come all the way to Horse King City? There is a world war waiting for me in Myrene. Danny said. The old woman stared at Danny's face with her dark eye for a while before reminding, do you know why the zebra people always have female Jaha, but the centaurs never have female cars? Because the zebra tribes are connected by blood, the eldest daughter of the family naturally has the advantage of being the successor. But we use the strength and wisdom of the cars to gather our people, forming a huge khalasar that does not differentiate between bloodlines. The zebra tribes are small, but there are many of them. Our population is larger than theirs, but the number of cars in each generation is less than half of theirs. The khalasar is several times larger than their single tribe. The zebra people are bullied by the natives, but only the centaurs bully others. The centaurs roam the continent, and no one can bully us. If you have the guts, go and say that to the Valeglia people. Danny complained in her heart. Before the Age of Bleeding, a century after the great cataclysm of Valyria, the centaurs had never set foot in the Khal forest. They had always been obediently herding around Horse King City, and at most, they would go east and bully the small countries in the mountains. But Danny had to admit that the centaurs were indeed more domineering than the zebra people. Looking at the statues on both sides of the Avenue of the Gods, there were thousands of them. This meant that thousands of cities and towns had been destroyed. Tywin had once despised the free cities for being too cowardly, and even offered tributes to the centaurs every year. He believed that as long as everyone worked together and gave the centaurs a ruthless blow, destroying 1 or 2 khalasars, the centaurs would naturally not dare to take another step towards the west. It seemed reasonable, but Tywin did not understand the centaurs well enough. It was not that the centaurs never lost, and they had been wiped out many times. For example, when the 3,000 Unsullied defended Kohor, half of the centaurs were wiped out. The Khal's son, the Blood Riders, and Casco, these leaders had all died in battle. The centaurs also cut off their braids and surrendered to the few hundred remaining Unsullied soldiers. But did the centaurs ever stop spreading to Kohor? This was mainly decided by the centaur system. Fear would be engraved in the genes and passed down from generation to generation. But the genes of fear would be born in the Khal who died in battle, and could not be passed down. The newborn Khals were the bravest and most fearless of death, and his khalasar would definitely be brave and fearless as well. If everything went according to Tywin's plan, the free cities would be the first to collapse, because fighting in the wild with the centaurs was much cheaper than defending a city. The old woman continued, perhaps the Khal will not always be the strongest among the khalasars, but to become a Khal, one must defeat countless strong challengers. Even the Khal's son has to go through dozens of life and death battles to inherit his father's position. A woman's blade skills may be stronger than 10, 100, or even 1,000 men, but there will always be 1,001st men who will defeat her. Therefore, the centaurs have never had a female Khal, and the strongest warriors will only be men. Today, I will change this. Danny smiled faintly. The old woman sighed and said, the second vow, unless you marry another centaur, or find a centaur lover and give birth to a centaur bloodline child, you cannot pass the position of Khal to your son. The centaurs acknowledge you because you are the Khal's wife, but your child. At this point, the old woman's ugly face trembled, and she said with great regret, what a pity, what a pity. If Drogo did not die, if he could successfully send Leg to Horse King City and hand him to me, everything would be so much simpler. Chapter 651. The old woman was truly regretful. Leg had received her personal blessing and prophecy. Yes, the prophecy that Leg would ride the steed of the world was made by this one-eyed old woman. Then Leg died, in the original work. She even predicted that Drogo would win the battle and successfully cross the narrow sea to help her son win the Iron Throne. Drogo died before he could even win the battle. He died just as he left the Horse King city. The one-eyed old woman was a forest witch who relied on guesses to make her prophecies. There's nothing to regret. I promised you 2 oaths, Dany said. Seeing her so calm and collected, the old woman couldn't help but be bewildered and asked, "Are you really sure?" "If I'm not sure, why would I come all the way here to die?" Dany laughed. "You can't use any magic. You can't use that kind of sorcery that causes fear just by looking at it," the old woman reminded. "It seems that you know me quite well. Since that's the case, Targaryen, you should know about my reputation as a man of my word, right?" The old woman nodded and sighed. "Actually, I've been troubled by the prophecy of, ride the steed of the world. The Horse King city is huge and can accommodate all the centaurs. When the city was first built, it was prepared for this prophecy. One day, all the centaurs will gather in Horse King city, and a Khal of Khals will be born from the many Khals. He will lead the centaurs to rule this world, which is to say, he will ride the steed of the world. I thought he was your child Leg. Then I thought he was Jaco's son Jango. But sigh. Because of the blood plague, almost all the centaurs have returned to the Horse King city to seek refuge. It seems that half of the prophecy has come true. But I don't know if I should give you my blessing because my blessings always bring misfortune." The old woman sighed bitterly. "At least you have some self-awareness. But this old witch might not be a complete muggle. Her prophecy, could it be that a person without any supernatural power could make a prophecy?" Before leaving the one-eyed old woman's tent, Dany asked, "Where's the steel statue?" "The one with the king's head and the megalosaurus torso." The old woman was stunned for a moment before she reacted and said, "There was a merchant who stole at night. His hands and his servant's hands were chopped off by my servant. However, there were still people who stole it the next day. The 3rd day, the 4th day. I had no choice but to move it here and bury it under my tent." "Ah." Dany lowered her head and looked at the solid mud on the ground with a strange expression. "If you want it, then go ahead and dig it out. Steel weapons are definitely more practical than statues," the old woman said nonchalantly. "I thought you would treat it as a treasure," Dany said strangely. "I've asked all the blacksmiths, and none of them could do anything about it. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't give it to you," the old woman said honestly. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Dany led the centaurs to deliver gifts to all the Dashkalans. It wasn't as much as the one-eyed old woman, but everyone still had a share. In just one afternoon, Dany had given out at least 8 million gold royals worth of gifts, and that didn't include Calixi's blessing and Calixi's tenacity. The centaurs had to be direct. The more rustic it was, the easier it was to remember, and the easier it was to let them understand Calixi's capabilities. Just like Old Godmother, it was easy to understand and easy to promote. After tossing and turning until dusk, the eunuchs of the Dashkalans began to run around the city to inform the Khal of the Centaurs. The first female Khal of the Centaurs, Dany Lizzie Calixi, would be issuing a challenge to the Khal of Khals. Tonight, at the foot of the Mother of Gods, the Dashkalans would be seeking enlightenment from the gods. Also, the centaurs believed in the horse god, but the horse god was only in charge of the Night Kingdom. To put it simply, the horse god was only one of the gods, just like how the Chinese believed in Yama, but Yama was only one of the gods that the Chinese believed in. But then again, the gods that the centaurs believed in were not systematic, they didn't even have proper names and titles, which was equivalent to the simplified version of the 7 gods. There weren't any real gods either. Just think about Drogo's death and you'll understand. There weren't any priests with supernatural powers in Khalasar. Well, there were many priests who healed people and divined for the Khals, but they were all fakes. But like the followers of the 7 gods in Westeros, the centaurs were also very devout. After receiving the news from the Dosh Kalins, all the Khals brought their wives, children, Blood Alliance guards, and Khalasar bandits to the foot of the Mother of Gods. The northern wind blew, causing the withered grass to sway. A full moon hung in the sky like a silver plate, spreading a layer of white frost over the grassland, causing the surrounding stars to dim. The night sky was exceptionally lonely. Fortunately, there were tens of thousands of torches on the ground, like brilliant stars, making up for the lack of stars in the full moon. In the vast centaur city, there were countless torches lit up everywhere. Then, the torches converged into streams on the streets of the market, and the streams converged into a surging river at the Avenue of the Gods in the center. The river of torches was vast and mighty, mixed with the shouts of people and the neighs of horses, gushing into the foot of the Mother of Gods. The Dosh Kalins had built a sacrificial altar at the foot of the mountain specially used for sacrifices and prayers. But unlike the Huaxia people, the centaur's sacrificial altar did not have high stairs. Instead, it was dug into a pit that was even lower than the ground. It was about 20 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep. The priests held the ceremony at the bottom while the centaurs watched from above. The rules of the centaurs were very simple, the hierarchy was orderly, and the strong were respected. The number of bells represented the strong and weak. Whoever walked like a string of wind chimes in the wind would occupy the best position. Dany had more than 70 bells. She had no idea how each bell came about, it was all calculated by the 2 centaur maids. Because Calixi had too many bells, and they were all colorful, they looked very gaudy. When she sat at the best position at the side of the sacrificial altar, there were centaurs who objected, saying that the bells on her head were fake. Including Dany, there were a total of 27 Khals today. They went down to the pit with their Blood Alliance guards and sat on the high back rattan chairs. The other centaurs were on top of the pit, according to the length of their braids and the number of bells, they were either standing or squatting. Inside the sacrificial altar, the so-called center position was just a chair that was placed on a small slope, half a meter higher than the others. Beside the Khals, only the Blood Alliance guards were holding torches. But because her position was facing the entrance of the sacrificial altar, there were 2 large pots of burning whale oil beside her. The red light illuminated the sky, the smoke and the smell of burning was very strong. She was not afraid of the heat, but her white and tender face was already blackened and oily from the smoke. Even so, it still attracted the jealousy of the Khals. But, looking at the situation now, on a full moon night in the wilderness, there were 27 chairs under the mud wall. Every chair was occupied by a bandit leader with a tilted head. Beside the bandit leader were 3 ferocious-looking men holding torches. Dany sat at the head of the table, beside her were 2 burning whale oil torches. It was really like the classic scene of the Devil's Night gathering in old Hong Kong movies. And her position seemed to belong to the Devil's sect leader. At this moment, a group of white-clothed chivalrous men would suddenly fly into the sky and shout, "Devil, die," and stab her with their swords. No wonder a group of little devils coveted her position. So, it was the sect leader's throne. She is very famous, but she has only risen for 2 to 3 years. How can she have so many bells? Mozokal complained. The old Khal was in his 60s, almost 70. Among the Khals who were changing rapidly, he could be considered as one of the best. But he had been a Khal for close to half a century, and he did not have half of Dany's bells, so he started to say weird things. Yep, after losing a battle, only the braids would be cut, but the bells would not be removed. So, age was also an advantage. You said that Calixi's bells are fake. If this was not the foot of the goddess mountain, even if you grew 10 heads, they would not be enough for me to chop off. Kalalo was furious. A Khal has to have a Khal's identity. You can't be like a normal centaur, casually killing someone and giving yourself a bell, right? Pono, who was on Danny's left, sneered. Ever since they parted at the Raza River, this was the first time Danny saw this great enemy of hers. His braids were longer, and he had more bells. There was a domineering aura around him. Other than that, he did not change much. He was a muscular man in his 30s, almost 2 meters tall. Danny only glanced at him and the Blood Alliance guard beside him as if she was looking at a dead man. She did not say anything. Yep, it was enough to have underlings to talk. After not seeing you for a few years, Pono, you have become ignorant. Ago said with a gloomy face. He is a frog at the bottom of the well. He can only see the grassland. Xiao Gu said blankly. Little bastards, you are courting death. Pono's Blood Alliance guard reached for the scimitar at his waist, but he touched nothing. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves and walk forward, he saw the old woman walking down from the opposite side. Thus, he was unable to advance or retreat. He could only stand there with a red face and shout, "Little bastards, just you wait." They called him "little bastards" because in the past Drogo Kalasa, their age and status far exceeded Ago, Ricardo and Xiao Gu. At that time, Ago and the other two were only 14 years old. They could barely be roaring warriors. A cold killing intent flashed across Pono's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, how am I a frog at the bottom of the well?" Ricardo glanced at Danny. After receiving her signal, he immediately took 3 steps forward and shouted with his loudest voice, "Khaleesi's bells are made of different metals. Do you know why? She is a woman. She likes to be beautiful." A scarred Khal shouted. Ha ha ha. The Khals in the pit, the Blood Alliance guard, and the centaurs above the pit roared with laughter. Ricardo did not get angry. He waited for them to laugh. When the laughter stopped, he laughed coldly and said, "Only a winged dragon knight is worthy of a grey iron bell. A small-scale battle is worth a bronze or silver bell. Only by conquering a large city like Mirin, New Jis, or Tolos is worth a gold bell. Killing a god is worth a black iron bell. Think about it. What level are you at? An old fellow like Mozo is barely worth a grey iron bell. Pono, you are now the strongest Khal on the plains. You can add a silver bell. As for the others..." Ricardo waved his hand and rounded up the remaining people. He said with disdain, "I am not targeting anyone. I am saying that everyone here is trash in front of Khaleesi. You are only given a bronze bell because you are Khals and cannot embarrass the centaurs. As for the rest of the Blood Alliance guard, they are barely enough to give us a string of bells of different colors. Little bastard, how arrogant. I want to break his neck. Dosi Khaleesi, did you hear how this little bastard insulted us? Swords and blades are not allowed at the foot of the Mother of Saints mountain. Blood cannot be spilled. I want to smash his head into a shit door." Centaurs had explosive tempers. After being mocked by Ricardo, the 104 centaurs in the pit all roared and cursed. The centaurs above the pit were also in an uproar. The scene was about to explode. A group of old women stomped their feet and shouted, but they were unable to quell the riot. Chapter 652. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind blew from the ground, and the hundreds of torches at the bottom of the pit suddenly burst into flames, almost touching the braids of the centaurs who were looking down from above. After a series of exclamations, the flames shrunk down and twisted into a lasso, wrapping around the Blood Alliance guards who were cursing out loud. However, the ring of fire moved with the centaurs, so they only felt a burning sensation, but it did not burn them. Red flames rose from the brazier beside Khaleesi, forming a clear wall of fire, protecting her and the 3 Blood Alliance guards in the center. Which? The centaurs' almond eyes trembled in fear, their sharp voices breaking as they shouted. The tip of Bono's nose was only an inch away from the ring of fire, and his thick nose hair seemed to have been burnt. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and he did not move, growling, "Danny Alice, this is the Horse King's city, the holy land of the centaurs at the foot of the Mother of God mountain. What are you doing?" Dosh Kalin also looked over with a sharp gaze, as if he was about to scold her. Danny did not want to argue with the old woman, so she snapped her fingers before they could do anything. All the bright red rings of fire turned into green smoke and dissipated into the night sky. She smiled and waved her hand. "Don't be so agitated, but my Blood Alliance guards have spoken the truth, and the truth is always so hard to accept." Everyone's anger surged, and I was worried that you would do something rash and get hurt by me, so I used the ring of fire to cool everyone down. These words sounded like fallacious logic and heresy. But the ring of fire just now proved that if they were rash, they would be the ones getting hurt. The terrifying fire magic did indeed make them feel as if they had fallen into a cold abyss, and they immediately woke up. Calixie spoke the truth that did not sound like the truth at all, but the truth was always so hard to accept. Ugh, this was what she said, and it was the truth. The group of cars almost vomited blood. The one-eyed old woman stared with her black eyes, stomping her walking stick and shouting, "This is the holy land of the centaurs." Danny interrupted her, "Yes, this is a place of worship, of course you can use supernatural powers." The old woman's face turned red from choking. Indeed, a place of worship should be praying to the gods, and it definitely involves supernatural powers. Calixie's fire witchcraft is not against the rules, but as a high priestess, she doesn't seem to know any witchcraft. Well, it was very awkward. Among all the people present, Danny was the most qualified to go on stage to offer sacrifices. "Kal, remember that we are all brothers of the same bloodline at the foot of the goddess's mountain. This old woman is going to start arranging the altar, so don't quarrel anymore." She could only muddle through like this. Old Kal Maso muttered, "We don't want to argue either," but Danny Lilith lied about the number of bells. A true centaur would never falsify the number of bells. She brought the customs of the cunning people of the land of the setting sun, Westeros, to the holy city. She is not qualified to challenge the call of the call. There was only one purpose for tonight's sacrifice, to seek revelation from the gods and see if the call of Kal would be born. In other words, should the King of Kal challenge that Danny suggested be held? In theory, any Kal could request to challenge the call of Kals as long as he wasn't afraid of death. But there was a prerequisite. Danny had to obtain the right to challenge the call. Originally, this qualification had already been recognized by Dosh Kalin and all the Kals. But now, because of the number of bells, her qualification was being questioned. Just as old Maso said, centaurs were true to their word. They saw the number of bells and the length of their braids as a symbol of glory, and they would never lie. "How did you make so many bells in just 3 or 4 years?" The one-eyed old woman frowned. She was also complaining in her heart, "I was already prepared for you to issue the challenge, so why are you still causing trouble?" Agos said, "Dosh Kalin, you don't know how hard Calixie worked. Cough cough, I didn't work hard. It was just a coincidence, a coincidence." Danny coughed lightly and laughed. Hard work was also ruined by some little fresh meat. She didn't want to be labeled as someone who didn't know how hard she worked behind the scenes. Just now, the little brat beside you said that a black steel bell represents a god. But you have 7 or 8 black steel bells on your head. Could it be that you defeated 7 or 8 gods? Bono felt that he had caught a huge flaw and laughed proudly. "Don't be so surprised." Ricardo looked at him with disdain and counted with his fingers. Immortal, Rat Chef, Crab King, Loach King, Balerion, Red Dragon of Sheep Eggs, Bat Demon, Spider Demon, and Three-Eyed Crow. They were either defeated or killed by Calixie. There were 10 steel bells in total. You can imagine how high the quality of the bells on Calixie's head is. Yes, the bells were prepared by Jichi and Yuri, and Ricardo had an affair with the 2 girls. Thus, He knew the origin of each bell better than Danny. However, what he said was the truth, and there was not a single centaur or dosi Karen who believed him. This centaur is crazy. Akal pointed at Ricardo and said. What is he talking about? Bat demon, spider demon, three-eyed crow. I've never heard of them. He must be lying. I've been to all the cities in the Ursos continent and witnessed the temples of many gods. But I've never even heard of the names of most of the gods he mentioned. Old Maso said with absolute certainty. The centaurs discussed among themselves, expressing their disbelief. But this time, they didn't mock him wantonly. However, there were a few Khals who had just returned from the upper Rhone River. They exchanged glances with their blood riders, their expressions grave. Turning to look at Danny, his gaze also became uncertain and uncertain. Fortunately, the one-eyed old woman also knew about the changes in the Rhone River. She asked with a trembling voice, "You really killed the Crab King? How could it be fake?" "The crab shell that can cover this hole is right at Astapor Pier. Too many people have seen it," Ricardo said. "Ah, the rumors are true. She really killed the Crab King." Akal immediately cried out involuntarily. The old woman looked deeply at Danny. She didn't pursue the matter of the bells and immediately arranged for people to start setting up the sacrificial items. The other centaurs, including Bono, all frowned in contemplation, silently acknowledging the quality of Danny's bells. Compared to a deity, all of their bells were as worthless as horse dung. Soon, the eunuchs in charge of serving the old woman brought over a large bronze brazier, big enough to fit a fat pig. Then, the eunuchs threw bundles of light purple hay into the brazier and lit them up. Smoke rose in spirals, rising into the air towards the full moon. In an instant, the rich smell of grass filled the entire hole. Danny frowned. This smell, before she could understand the effects of the grass smoke, a fat eunuch with a big belly held up a bison horn that was half the height of a person and blew a long, low sound. The group of Dash Kalins each held a bronze bell, shaking it to produce a strange crisp sound that resembled the chirping of birds. They chanted ancient prayers and danced around a huge brazier in a barbaric and solemn ritual dance. Under their painted leather vests, their buttocks swayed back and forth like pickled cucumbers, glistening with sweat. Danny looked at the scene in front of her and smelled the fragrance of the grass. Her consciousness was dazed for a moment before she reacted. There were no fluctuations of magic or soul power. This smoke was a hallucinogen. Damn it, she had underestimated this group of Dash Kalins. They also had their own protective skills. Perhaps, the altar was designed to look like a pit to make it easier to inject the smoke? The smoke gradually dissipated. Perhaps the old woman smelled it every day and had high resistance. She was the first to wake up from the trance state of God summoning. Her chanting gradually lowered and finally stopped the ritual dance. She retreated to the side and became completely silent. Only the one-eyed old woman was left facing the extinguished fire and the bronze brazier. She closed her black eye and looked into the future, the thoughts of the centaurs present. Even Gu and the other two were stunned. They widened their almond-shaped black and white eyes, holding their breaths as they waited for the old woman's prophecy. In this large hall filled with thousands of people, Danny could actually hear the chirping of birds a few hundred meters away from the sacred mountain. She could also hear the soft sound of the womb lake lapping against the embankment. She raised her head and looked around. Even Bono and the old fox Mozo were clenching their fists, looking nervous. Was the Dash Kalin's protective skills too strong, or were the centaurs too naive and gullible? Just as her thoughts were running wild, the old woman suddenly opened her single eye and looked at her in shock. The old woman's lips were trembling, her eyes filled with fear, as if she was extremely afraid of Danny. I saw her face. It's you. The old woman's body was trembling, her withered twig-like right hand pointed at Danny. Danny was also stunned. This didn't seem like an act. Or could it be that this veteran actor was a god of acting, completely immersed in the role and even believed it herself? It's her. A few of the oldest old women stepped forward and pointed at Danny. There's an extra. However, the atmosphere was very good. Danny gripped the armrest of the chair tightly, her body leaning forward with a serious expression. She was trying her best to look like she was riding the steed of the world. Her horse is as swift as the wind, the Khalasar behind her covers the entire land. She will lead the centaurs to defeat the darkness, bringing an endless long. What am I saying? The one-eyed old woman shouted with her sharp voice for a while, then suddenly froze, her expression filled with doubt as she muttered to herself, "That's not right. Why is her prophecy different from the other steeds of the world?" Because her voice was too soft, other than the wind god Danny who could hear her words in the wind, everyone else thought that she was chanting. Danny almost couldn't maintain her serious expression. However, she was also getting more and more curious. That old woman really didn't seem to be faking it. After thinking for a while, the old woman decided not to mention the prophecy anymore, and directly announced, "Calixie is riding a horse. She will become the steed of the world. She is riding the steed of the world." All the Dash Kalins pointed at Danny and shouted together. The expressions of all the Khans changed. The centaurs on the pit first looked at each other, then shouted, "Riding the steed of the world. Calixie, riding the steed of the world." Their voices were like the waves of the sea, spreading outwards. In an instant, the foot of the goddess mountain was filled with shouts of, "Riding the steed of the world. It's here again." 2 kilometers away, in a tavern in the market east of the city, a zebra man boss who had lived in the Horse King city for almost 5 years grumbled, "The centaurs are crazy about riding the steed of the world. They come here almost once a year. Maybe it's different this time. I heard that it's the Dragon Queen." A customer beside him said. I saw her a few years ago." At that time, the centaurs were all cheering for her unborn son, calling him the steed of the world. But now? The zebra man boss said disapprovingly. Rumble. At this moment, there were horses galloping in from outside the door. Countless knights were galloping along the street, shouting, "Tomorrow morning, by the palace lake, the first female Khal will challenge the Khal of Khals. The sacred lake will be open to everyone in the Horse King city." Chapter 653. On the night of the full moon, on the summit of the Forbidden City, a sword from the west, flying immortal from the heavens. Danny wanted to do the same too. However, while she could use a sword from the west, the centaur Khal couldn't do the same. Furthermore, even with the light of torches and tens of thousands of centaurs spread out, they couldn't see the Khal's battle on the arena clearly. Therefore, the Khal's challenge could only be chosen in the morning when there wasn't any poetry or mood. The centaurs used mud and wooden planks to build a 4-meter-tall arena by the Womb Lake overnight. The 15-meter-long square arena was surrounded by green mountains, blue lakes, and lush grasslands. It could be considered a place with excellent feng shui. Last night, after the old Dash Kalin prophesied Danny's identity of riding the steed of the world, she went up to the altar and made 2 oaths to all the Khals, Blood Alliance guards, and Casco. One of the oaths forbade her from wearing tile steel armor, but she could use tile steel swords. Therefore, Danny, who walked up to the thunder arena of life and death under the golden red morning light, was dressed like a centaur. She wore a Dothraki painted vest that revealed her 2 round and firm arms, thin and loose olive green silk pants, and leggings that revealed 5 shell-like fingernails. There was also an exquisite golden belt on her waist that was filled with the rich aura of a Khal, made up of dozens of small golden medals. There were a dozen silver braids on her head that reached her shoulder blades, and a string of small bells made of gold, silver, copper, and iron swaying with every step. She held a broadsword that was as tall as her shoulder in each hand. She was a very valiant centaur female warrior. Dong! The two swords and their scabbards were inserted an inch deep into the mud arena. The centaur girl Danny held the hilt of each sword with one hand and looked down at the calls in the first row of the arena. I want to be the call of calls, who agrees and who disagrees. Ding ding dang dang. The morning breeze blew, and the delicate little finger-sized bell on her braid made a sound. Her voice was faint, but it somehow reached the ears of the people around her. The one-eyed old woman with a walking stick said sternly, Danny Rise will accept the challenge of any call, Blood Alliance Guard, or Casco. She will either become the call of calls that everyone acknowledges, or her blood will spill at the foot of the Mother of Saints. This was the real way to ride the steed of the world was born. It wasn't that the old woman had predicted that she would be crowned king immediately. The biggest rule of the centaurs was, the bigger the fist, the harder it was, the more everyone would be convinced. The Dash Kalen's prophecy was only a blessing, a recognition of his qualifications. The steed of the world could only be born from the cruelest slaughter. There were 26 cars, 78 Blood Brotherhood guards, more than 300 cascos among the 26 Kalasars, and even a normal roaring warrior with a braid that reached his waist and more than 10 bells could challenge Danny in the arena. They won, but they could not become the call of the call. Danny defeated everyone, and was automatically crowned as the call of the call. All the centaurs in the Sea of Grass pledged their loyalty to her. This was the fastest and most prestigious way to become the call of the call, but no one had ever succeeded. There was another method that took more time, which was to swallow all the Kalasars in the Sea of Grass, and naturally become the only call. Unfortunately, the Kalasars could run, such as Old Call Mozo. When Drogo was still alive, Old Mozo had always kept an eye on Drogo's Kalasar, deliberately avoiding it. After Drogo died, Bono became the strongest call in the plains, and he began to avoid Bono's Kalasar. Go, you go. Amidst the silence of the calls, the white-haired Call Mozo said to his Blood Alliance guard. Gogo was a short and stout centaur in his 40s, his brown skin covered with white scars. Clang! Danny pulled out the sword on her left with her left hand. The dark red blade reflected a bewitching red light under the sunlight. The blade was 3 fingers wide, 4 feet long, 1.2 meters, and the hilt of the blade was the open mouth of a black dragon. Even though it was made of steel, it weighed 12 pounds, a standard two-handed heavy sword. But she just stood there, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand easily. She raised the blade and pointed it at the Blood Alliance guard Gogo, who was walking up the stairs step by step. Gogo was dressed almost the same as Calixi. Leather sandals, silk pants, a belt strung with bronze medals, a black furry chest open, and a huge Iraq scimitar at his waist. The blade of the scimitar was as wide as a palm. It followed a cruel arc for 4 feet, and the blade of the scimitar gradually narrowed. When I cut off your little head, I will take a golden bell from your braid and tie it to my head. Gogo cracked a mouthful of black and yellow rotten teeth, and walked towards Danny with a sinister smile. There seemed to be a red thunderbolt flashing in front of everyone's eyes. When they looked carefully, Calixi was leisurely taking 2 steps back, her long sword slowly sheathed. And 3 steps away from her, Gogo's smile froze. A line of blood flowed down from the top of his bald head, forehead, nose, mouth, lower abdomen. Gogo was split in 2, his innards falling to the ground. Crash! The sound of a warm water bag falling to the ground could be heard. Following that, a piece of the corpse's blood vessels let out a horrifying chee-chee sound. Ah! The centaurs below the stage let out a suppressed cry. Centaurs were used to seeing life and death, but Gogo was a Blood Alliance guard, he died too quickly. Masua, your blood of my blood is already dead, why aren't you coming up to accompany him? Danny shouted. The old centaur's face paled, then turned red. He did not look at Calixi's starry eyes, and only gave a signal to his left and right. The remaining 2 centaurs immediately pulled out their blades and cautiously walked up the wooden platform. They followed the rules and did not rush up together. The tall and skinny centaur guarded the last step of the platform, and a large middle-aged man with dark red braids of a different race went up first. With Gogo as an example, the red-haired centaur was much more vigilant. His eyes stared at Danny's shoulder without blinking. He slowly approached and then increased the speed of his slash. The curved blade brought out a snowy white ribbon under the sunlight. Zeng, Calixie unsheathed her sword. The blade and sword clashed, letting out a clear buzzing sound. Oh gods! This time, the centaurs below the stage reacted even more intensely, as though a bucket of cold water was poured on boiling oil. They widened their almond-shaped eyes, looking at the place where the blade and sword clashed in disbelief. The shiny curved blade forged from Coer steel had a bean-sized dent. This was nothing, the centaurs also knew the power of Valeglia steel. But the dark red braid's Blood Alliance guard slashed with both hands, while Calixie used one hand to block with her milky white greatsword. She pulled out a milky white greatsword with her right hand. It was also 4 feet long, but it was wider, close to 4 fingers. The sword hilt was the mouth of a white dragon head. Obviously, the white sword was heavier, but she still used one hand to block the violent slash of the Blood Alliance guard. What did this mean? All the centaurs present knew. The strength of her one hand was stronger than the opponent's 2 hands. But the centaur's almond-shaped eyes widened in doubt, looking back and forth between the dark red braid's Blood Alliance guard and Calixie. His size was probably 3 times her size. Why are you in a daze? Danny laughed lightly, her body turning half a circle. The greatsword in her hand was as nimble as a dagger, nimbly bypassing Arak's curved blade. Like a delicate willow leaf, it lightly slid past the centaur's neck. Zeng zeng zeng. The snowy white sword was dyed red, the headless neck spurted out a 2-feet-high blood mist. Under the rising sun, the centaurs felt an indescribable poignant beauty. Without waiting for the eunuch to come up and collect the corpse, the tall and thin man standing on the steps, with his eyes bloodshot, roared, and like a crazy demon, the machete in his hand slashed out a silver net of knives, covering Danny's head. Finally, the Blood Alliance guard who used all his strength was not instantly killed. The 2 of them clashed for 7 to 8 rounds. While the tall and skinny centaur was panting heavily due to the accumulation of lactic acid in his muscles, Danny used a steady speed to slash through his net of blades, and also slashed open his chest. Below the stage, old Mo Sua's face was pale, his expression panicked. Since the Blood Alliance guard had died, it was time for him to take the stage actually, the truly brave cows would be the first to go up, and after he died, the Blood Alliance guard would come out to avenge him. You used magic. The muscles on his cheeks trembled, his voice was dry, as though he had swallowed ash in his throat. Coward! Ricardo mocked loudly. Coward! Ah Gu and Xiao Gu also shouted. A woman can't have such strength. Old Mo Sua's face was distorted as he roared. Strength isn't magic, magic can't increase strength, everyone knows that. The one-eyed old woman said coldly. Everyone knows. The Dosh Karlan shouted together. Everyone knows. All the centaurs shouted together. Old Mo Sua's lips trembled as he turned to look at Bono for help. Everyone knows, Bono said coldly. Old Mo Sua's face alternated between green, red, white, and yellow, like a lighted lantern. If you're not the second to go up, you're my grandson. The old centaur glared at Bono and said this before climbing up the stage with his blade. Then, with just one move, Danny knocked the curved blade out of his hand, breaking it in 2 like a wooden stake. Old Mo Sua didn't die completely. He dragged his bloody intestines and crawled to the side of the stage, shouting, Bono, come up. Bono closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Old Mo Sua screamed wildly, dying with his eyes open. The eunuchs began to collect the corpse, burying it in the yellow soil to cover the bloodstains. Dany raised her white sword and gently blew off the blood on the blade. She looked up at the Khans and said indifferently, "Who else?" The Khans frowned, but no one answered. "Call of Call." Ricardo raised his curved blade and shouted. "Calixi, Call of Call." Kue Luo and the rest led the 500 centaurs to shout together. Below the stage, the Khans' expressions were ugly. They were all eager to give it a try, but they also looked at the people around them. Everyone stared at each other with angry almond eyes, looking at each other awkwardly. Bono sighed and whispered a few words to the red-eyed centaurs behind him. Immediately, 15 centaurs walked out and shouted at Dany, "I'll challenge you." Dany frowned. "Who are you?" A middle-aged centaur in his 40s stepped out and said, "We're the sons of Kal Emo Sua." "Okay." Dany nodded. She pulled out the other red sword, one in each hand, and pointed at the sons of Emo Sua. "My time is precious. Come up 2 at a time." "Ah. Did I hear wrong? She wants to fight 2 at once?" "Too arrogant, a woman, even Khal Drogo didn't dare to be so arrogant. She's courting death. Does she think she's invincible just because she defeated that old thing Emo Sua?" The centaurs discussed animatedly. Their expressions were furious and filled with righteous indignation, as though Dany's actions had insulted all of them. But the result was just so cruel. Emo Sua's sons were like wheat in a field, their lives reaped by a whirlwind of blades. In the last round, that woman even took on 3 at once, killing 1 with each step. After 3 steps, there were 6 pieces of corpses on the ground. The stage was covered in blood, and the throats of those below were dry. Chapter 654. How can she be so strong? She's only one person, and such a petite woman at that. Bono also lost the calmness of having everything under his control and cried out in disbelief. Dany wasn't petite at all, she was almost 1.75 meters tall. Although she wasn't a King Kong Barbie, she still had well-proportioned muscles, completely different from a skinny woman. "Bono, come up." Dany directly called out names this time. "Bono, come up, Bono, come up." Ricardo immediately called out. "Bono, come up." Ago and the others also called out. "Bono, Bono." The rest of the call hurriedly followed. "Call Bono, call Bono." Casco of Bono's Casa led the roaring warriors to cheer for his call. Bono's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Taking a deep breath, he took a few steps forward and stepped onto the first step of the stage. Crack, crack. He gently twisted his neck and moved his joints a few times, which actually made a series of crisp sounds. An inexplicable pressure emitted from his body that was as strong as a lone wolf, causing the cheers of "Call Bono" to abruptly stop. "Did you know? That time at the entrance of the Red Wasteland, your action of letting Kaholo send Leg to Horse King City was really out of our expectations." Bono walked up 1 step at a time, and as he walked, he sneered at Dany who was on the stage. "There has never been a Calixi who secretly sent Karakaka away the night before the Khal's death. You set a precedent. Your plan was almost perfect, no matter how much we feared that little bastard of yours, as long as he didn't leave Horse King City, the centaurs couldn't harm him." Unfortunately, Bono had already walked up the stage and stood in front of Dany. Looking at the faint mocking smile on her face, he didn't know what was going on, but he still laughed arrogantly. It was me who sent people to keep an eye on Drogo's movements, it was me who discovered Kaholo leaving the camp at night, it was also me who personally led people to stop Kaholo. It was also me who completely killed the 500 elite knights protecting your son. In the end, it was me again. I called Jake to clean up the mess because I didn't want your son's blood to stain my hands." Bono laughed maniacally. "Bono, you're courting death. Carlo's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted nothing more than to charge up and hack down with his blade. Ah gu, kue luo, and the hundreds of roaring warriors brought by Danny were all agitated. Their faces were red, and their eyes were blazing. Only Xiao Gu remained expressionless. Not bad. You even know how to use psychological warfare. Danny nodded. Her lips gently opened and closed, and her voice traveled along with the wind into Bono's ears. She was the wind god, and this kind of skill could not be considered as witchcraft. It was like a fish swimming in the water, and it was an instinct of the wind god. Therefore, she did not violate the oath of not using magic. Idiot, you bunch of brainless centaurs, how would you understand the despicable and filthy nature of us Westeros? Do you remember whose tent Jake's wife, Lilith, gave birth in? Danny said to him. Bono was one of the rare, wise, centaurs. Upon hearing this, his expression immediately changed. He exclaimed, Impossible, you, tisk. A red line seeped out from his sturdy neck. Idiot, you dare to play tricks with us Westeros. Danny, who was beside Bono, mocked him lightly. Just as Bono was thinking about the possibility of swapping children, Danny appeared beside him like a bolt of lightning, as if there was wind beneath her feet. With a swing of the great sword in her hand, a sword light as bright as the moonlight streaked across his throat. The strongest Khal in the Sea of Grass, who had been acting tough for such a long time and had even used psychological warfare, lost his head before he could even make a move. Westeros, good, treacherous, he spat out his last words with difficulty. The scene before Bono's eyes changed. In the end, he saw Dragon Queen's crystal-clear feet, and then his own legs and butt. He saw his own torso falling down. The head that fell to the ground blinked twice. With a heart full of resentment and regret, it fell into the deepest darkness. Eh. The centaurs who were watching let out an unclear cry of surprise, followed by earth-shattering boos. He shook his neck, twisted his waist, moved his wrists, and even said a bunch of words that they didn't understand. In the end, after so much preparation, he only appeared for a second. The centaurs who were looking forward to an unprecedented battle were disappointed. Bono, that idiot, in a battle of life and death, he's still daydreaming. Khal Moro cursed. Perhaps, that woman said something to him. Khal Jumo frowned. No matter what she said, wasn't Bono the one who spoke first? He's a disgrace to the Khal. Khal Zek shook his head with a bitter smile. Moro, Jumo, Zek, you three come up together. On the arena, Danny first took care of Bono's 3 blood guards. Then, with 1 slash or 2 slashes, she cut all of Bono's adult sons into 2 pieces. After wiping off the blood on her sword, she began to pick her opponents again. This time, for the first time, she was going to challenge 3 Khals at once. Not the sons of Khals. But this time, no centaurs scolded her. They were like statues, trying their best to widen their almond-shaped eyes, showing the shock and anticipation on their faces. Arrogant. You're looking for death. Even Drogo doesn't dare to say that to me. The 3 Khals who were called out seemed to have suffered the greatest humiliation in their lives. They were all furious. Even if 2 Khals met on the battlefield, if one had a blood guard and the other didn't, they would still fight one-on-one, Khal against Khal. Or, the Khal would let his blood guard fight in his place while he stood on the side to provide support. This was the Khal's honor. Danny Liz, are you humiliating these 3 Khals? Even the one-eyed old woman couldn't stand it anymore and scolded loudly. No. Danny smiled and shook her head. You have a high chance of success. Don't underestimate your opponents. The old woman advised. No, you're mistaken. Danny held a large sword in each hand that was disproportionate to her body. She waved the sword in front of the Khals below the stage and said, I'm not targeting those 3 Khals. I'm humiliating all 24 Khals here. They're like weak little hens, hiding below the stage and clucking. They don't dare to stand on the stage and have a glorious battle with me. Whoosh, the scene exploded once again. The centaurs were in a clamor, but this time, it was different from the one-sided scolding Dany for being arrogant. There were many centaurs who weren't from her khalasar who were cheering loudly. There were even disorderly but exceptionally grand chants of Call of Calls and Riding the Steed of the World. On the other side, the 24 calls below the stage were all furious without exception. They pulled out their swords and rushed up the stage. At the last step, they were stopped by the eunuchs of Dosh Kalen. Dany smiled proudly. Centaurs are so naive. With a little provocation, they all came out from behind the Amit shield. Even though she had won every battle and her battle record had surpassed that of the godly sword Yakuza, there was a limit to a person's energy. The warrior of the 7 gods taught her brilliant swordsmanship. The divinity of the Song of Power gave her the strength of a human. The divinity of the wind god made her steps light and swift like the wind. However, her stamina didn't exceed that of a god. She was a demigod. Her stamina was much stronger than a normal person, but there was a limit to it. If a demigod had unlimited energy, why didn't Aunt May go to the docks to carry bags? Normal people would be out of breath after swinging their swords 10 times with their maximum strength. She only felt a little tired after cutting more than 30 people in half. And this was the demigod of this world. After eliminating 2 calls, Mozo and Bono, Dany had already killed 35 people. 2 calls, 6 Blood Alliance guards, 2 of their sons, and the ambitious Casco in each of their khalasar. If the adult Call's son didn't stand out to avenge his father, how could he win the loyalty of the centaur warriors in the khalasar? There would always be Calls in the khalasar. If they couldn't inherit their father's khalasar, would the new Call let them go? The Call's wife was usually safe. If the Call died, he would only be sent to the Horse King city to be a Dosh khalasar. However, the Call's sons, other than the young ones, usually wouldn't survive. They would either become kings, new Calls, or ghosts. The Call's son was really the most dangerous job in this world. After all of Bono and Mozo's adult sons died, their Casco in the khalasar stood out again. Casco was the Call under the Call. Leading a Casco tribe meant that he had the right to challenge Dany. Just like Bono and Jacko in the past, they were ambitious. They hoped to inherit the khalasar of the previous Call and become the new Call. Defeating Dany, who killed the Call, was the fastest and most effective way. As time went on, Dany killed more people. Everyone was sure that she was exhausted and the number of Casco and non-human warriors who stood out to challenge her would increase. There would be hundreds or even thousands of them, until she was defeated and died. This was also the reason why it was difficult for the Steed of the World to appear. Therefore, she provoked the remaining 24 Calls into the arena. If they didn't lie down horizontally, they wouldn't be able to leave. With the Call challenging her, Casco and the other normal centaurs had to queue up and wait. Wait until they were completely terrified. Because the following battle completely shattered the centaur's worldview. The 24 Calls were chosen by her like concubines, 3 at a time. Her 2 swords danced like the wind. The red and white sword radiance shone brightly, as though they had transformed into a red and white dragon under the sunlight. As swift as he shooting down the 9 sunsets, as graceful as a deity riding a dragon. The blades of the 3 Calls were also sharp. Whenever their blades clashed, there would be a crisp sound similar to that of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar, shaking the surroundings and lingering at the foot of the Mother of Saints. Unfortunately, not only did Dany's swordsmanship combine speed and strength, her swordsmanship was even more extraordinary. Every move was like an antelope's horn, every style was like a heavenly steed soaring across the skies. Every time the trio entered the arena, including Gu and the rest, they were all worried for Dany. This was because she was at a disadvantage in the beginning. Her two swords were almost unable to block the swift attacks from 3 different directions. But every time, after she blocked 5 or 6 moves, she would use her superior swordsmanship to kill one of the calls. The encirclement was immediately broken. Even though it was 2 against 1, it was as though she was attacking 2 people with her 2 swords. When the 24 cars fell into pools of blood, Dani held her sword and looked around at the foot of the Mother of Mountains at noon. The centaurs were either depressed, hateful, fearful, or respectful, but not a single one of them made a sound. Now, I am the Call King. Who dares to object? She laughed loudly, her laughter wild. Call of Call. The one-eyed old woman was the first to shout loudly. Call of Call. The old woman of Dash Kaleen shouted together. Call of Call. Dani's Khalasar shouted excitedly. Call of Call, Call of Call. The continuous shouts were like waves, surging violently in the endless sea of centaurs. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.